continuation of our public hearing on the proposed measures. And at this juncture, let me first of all acknowledge our dear colleagues virtually present today. We have with us our minority floor leader, the gentleman from Iloilo, the gurus of the Senate, Senator Frank Drilon. Sir, good morning. To our vice chair of the committee, Senator Nancy Binay, who is here with us also. Good morning. And other senators logged in, but I can't see their videos right now. We'd also like to direct the Secretariat to acknowledge our resource persons this morning. Comsec, can you acknowledge our resource persons today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to our members of the committee and to the resource persons. Our resource persons who are here today are the following: from the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, Secretary Carlo Alexi Nograles; from the Department of Labor and Employment, Undersecretary Claro Arellano, Undersecretary for Legal and Overseas Operations Cluster, together with Director Alice Visperas, International Labor Affairs Bureau; from the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, Administrator Hans Leo Kakdak; from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Deputy Director General Rosana Ordaneta, together with Director Charlene Hustimbaste; from the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Overseas Filipino Workers and Muslim Concerns, Secretary Abdullah Mamao and Undersecretary Edwin Bael; from the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, Undersecretary Astravel Naik; from our private sector groups, from the OFW groups, we have Director Ellen Sana from the Center for Migrant Advisory, together with Ms. Elena Romero; from the National Seafarers Day Committee, Attorney Dennis Gorecho; from the Values Formation and Spiritual Transformation Council, Philippine International Incorporated, Mr. Gilbert Alarcon, International Executive Director, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia; from the Batanggenyo ng Saudi Arabia, Mr. Apollo Madriaga; from the United Filipino Global, the President, Ms. Gemma Soto; from our local groups, from the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Mr. Butch Guerrero, ECOP Governor; and from the International Labor Organization Manila Office, Mr. Nilim Barua, Regional Specialist on Labor Migration. Mr. Chairman, I think that is all for right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Comsec. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you to our guest. At this juncture, let me just give a short opening remarks. This is our fourth public hearing on the DOFIL, including that hearing in December 2020 before the bill was certified by the President. One of the 11 bills is in consideration, Senate Bill 1949, which is certified urgent by the President. Now, the focus of the last two hearings was recruitment, red tape, and response to emergencies. Today, our emphasis is on repatriation and reintegration. Ito pong 5 Rs na binanggit po natin, ang mga pangunahing kabanata sa kwento ng bawat OFWs. Uulitin ko po, mula sa recruitment, doon sa red tape and responses to emergencies, hanggang po sa repatriation at reintegration. Tingin ko po kailangan talagang talakayin natin ang bawat kabanatang ito para mabuo po natin ang tamang blueprint ng Department of Filipino Overseas na magiging bahay ng ating mga overseas Filipinos. On the repatriation side, we want to look into OFWs displaced by the pandemic as well as circumstances other than COVID-19. Ito po ba talaga ang nakapila? Ilan po ba talaga yung nakapila dito sa repatriation natin? Ilan din yung na-repatriate at ilan din po talaga yung gustong magstay on site? More importantly, paano po ba natin ginagawa ang repatriation and what innovation can we bring into DOFIL? Sa ngayon po, dapat may klasifikasyon ang isang Pilipino para malaman kung anong ahensya ng gobyerno yung sasaklolo sa kanila. Pagka po documented, nandyan yung DOLE, nandyan po yung OWA. Pag undocumented naman, nandyan po yung DFA, nandyan din po yung OMWA. Siguro para mawala po yung kalituhan, baka magandang isa na lang po yan, and we'll hear from our resource persons, and later we'll give the floor to Cabsec Nograles to say something about this. Ito pong paglalagay po ng cap din, no, sa na 1,500 passengers per day is definitely, for me, is not a good innovation strategy. Ang dami na pong nakapila, parang 5 Airbus 350 lang yung papayagan nating lumapag dito sa ating bansa kada araw. Parang ang gusto po nating mangyari ay padaan natin sa imbudo ang ating mga kababayan. Yun pong mga nagigipit o lockdown dito sa araw lang, hindi makauwi sa bahay nila, balisang-balisa na. Paano pa ho kaya kung nasa ibang bansa ka? Ang importante po talaga yung testing, quarantine, at pag-aralan kung paano pa mapapalaki ang available na pondo ng OWA. We would like to talk about it later para sa repatriation. Gaya po ng pagsingil nila sa mga recruitment agencies na dapat ibalik ang mga ginastos ng gobyerno sa pagpapauwi ng mga OFWs ng kanilang dineploy. Hindi yung paglalagay ng limit ng mga Pilipinong gustong makasamang muli ang kanilang mga pamilya. Pero ang mas malaki pong issue ngayon ay ang reintegration. Sa dami po ng umuwi sa Pilipinas, hindi makaalis o wala nang babalik ang trabaho abroad. Ano ang ginagawa po natin para sa kanila? Meron po bang skills training, job referral o programa para mapakinabangan po ang dala nilang kaalaman, ang dala nilang expertise at teknolohiya? Hindi po pagpapadala ng remittance ang ending ng buhay OFW. Uuwi po ang ating mga kababayan at yung ipon nila hindi naman po panghabang buhay. Lalo pat 1/3 po. 1/3 lang ng ating mga OFWs ang may savings sa remittances. Ito po ay ayon sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We follow the journey of an OFW from recruitment to reintegration. We could better understand their needs. During the pandemic, we heard stories after stories of OFWs who can give us the right specs of the house we're building for them. Just to name a few, dear colleagues, no? Si Mary Joy, for example, isang guro bound for Mongolia, ang muntik nang mawala yung job offer dahil sa tagal po ng pag-certify daw sa kanya ng employment contract niya at rescheduling ng appointment sa POEA. Sa Tabuk naman, Saudi Arabia, isa pong kababayan natin, isang laboratory technician ang nakaranas ng depression at extreme homesickness. Ang sabi po niya sa atin, hindi niya alam kung kanino siya hihingi ng tulong, sino yung tatawagan niya. Si Joy naman, isang staff na piling umuwi noong last November, bagamat nabigyan po siya ng 10,000 DOLE AKAP program, wala naman daw po siyang narinig tungkol sa training, skills training, livelihood assistance o kahit ano pong job referral, lalo pat nagsarado na daw po yung pinagtatrabahuhan niyang hotel sa Maldives. Swerte pong nakasakay ng vessel ng Maersk si JR na isang seaman ilang araw bago tumama yung pandemya at dire-diretso po siya, 9 na buwan na may kita po siya dire-diretso. Kaso ngayon po, dire-diretso na rin po, 6 na buwan na siyang walang kita, ngayong nakabakasyon siya. Kaya bukod po sa balik po siya dyan sa manning agency niya, dyan sa Ermita, para sa kanyang training, wala ring tigil ang paghahanap niya ng part-time job para po makaulagpos po doon sa gutom at para masuportahan ang kanyang mahal sa buhay. Ang saya po ng family reunion, isang araw lang po yan. Kinabukasan, problema na naman kung anong pwede nilang pagkakitaan o pagkaabalahan na dapat ay klaro po sa ating National Reintegration Program. At sana marinig natin yung mga programs nila that really works. Now, amid the pandemic, we are given the opportunity to fix the system. We believe that the DOFIL is the right solution in the right direction. But let us all be truthful and share not only statement of support but also information and the willingness to give up certain powers to capacitate DOFIL to truly serve our overseas Filipinos. So muli sa inyo pong lahat, maraming salamat at magandang umaga. We give the floor now to the members of the Senate, our colleagues. I can also see Yusek Ariola who is with us. Thank you for joining us. Senator Drilon, Senator Binay, if you want to give your opening statements. I think later on pa sila. We give the floor to Cabsec Nograles, if you have an opening statement, sir. You have the floor, Cabsec.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Senator Villanueva, as well as to the Minority Leader, Senator Drilon, and Senator Binay. In the interest of time, Mr. Chair, the OWA has prepared a slide presentation to show to the body, the Honorable Committee, the programs that OWA has been doing and their accomplishments when it comes to the reintegration programs for our Filipinos, overseas Filipinos, Mr. Chair. If the Chair would permit, perhaps we can acknowledge Hans Kakdak, the Administrator of OWA, to make the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Sige po, later we'll do that because definitely we will touch on it and we intend to talk about the request and the status of OWA funds when it comes to repatriation. We also would like to acknowledge Secretary Francisco Acosta of the CFO, and kanina I acknowledge Yusek Ariola of DFA. Si Attorney Luis Corral of the UCP is also joining us. If our dear Minority Floor Leader would like to make an opening statement, we will give the floor to our Minority Leader, Senator Drilon.
Yes, I'd like to just put on the record my acknowledgement of the sincere effort of our chairman, Senator Villanueva, in conducting the hearing and trying to hear out everybody on this very important issue. As you may not be aware, but the Senate today is on a lockdown. And wala pong tao sa Senado. Si Senator Villanueva, tuloy pa rin ang trabaho. So it is in that regard that I would just like to put that on record to express our sincere thanks to Senator Villanueva for trying to bring out all the issue, all the aspects of this bill, and hopefully the committee report would truly reflect what is good for our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm ready to hear the testimonies of our resource persons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Frank Drilon. I appreciate your presence here, and thank you for bringing that up. No one can actually go to the Senate right now. We are in a full lockdown because of the spike of infected individuals, especially in the Bills and Index department of the Senate. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our big Senator Francis Tolentino, who is with us. Senator Tolentino, would you like to give an opening statement or anything you'd like to?
Wala na po, Mr. Chair. I'll just be following this hearing on and off. I'm not used to being online. Alam mo naman yun na, Your Honor, I'm always physically present, but I will intently hear the wisdom of the resource persons attending virtually, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino. As always, he's always present even in our committee hearings. Just before we hear our resource persons, no, last March 16, and I'd like to pose this question right away to the Department of Foreign Affairs due to the urgency of this matter. No, last March 16, the National Task Force Against COVID, NTF, announced the temporary suspension of travel into the Philippines of foreigners and returning overseas Filipinos who are not OFWs from March 20, 2021 to April 19, 2021. It also places a cap on the inbound international passengers arrivals to only 1,500 a day. But there's this the following are exempted from the cap, no? Holders of 9E visas, medical repatriation and their escorts duly endorsed by the DFA, OMWA or OWA. Distress returning overseas Filipinos duly endorsed by the DFA, OWA, emergency, humanitarian, and other cases approved by the NTF. Now, however, you look at the CAB pronouncement, yung pong Civil Aeronautics Board, nito pong March 15 naman ho, a day before nag-issue ang NTF, sa kanila naman po, they issued an advisory that it is capping incoming passengers at 1,500 sa NAIA lang, NAIA only, without any qualification. So ang ano po nito, and as I mentioned, yung urgency nito, ang daming nagtatanong, ang daming nalilito. Ano ba talaga yung polisiya natin dito? Which is which? No, how does this differ from the advisory earlier presented by the Civil Aeronautics Board, and we want to be clarified, USEC, which is the correct policy dito sa dalawa na ito, at baka may updates na po o baka may iba bang nangyari, USEC Ariola.
Mr. Chair, good morning. The honorable senators, good morning, and of course the secretaries, good morning. Actually, there's no conflict with the issuance of the NTF's resolution and the CAAP resolution, Your Honor. But I'd like to ask our Assistant Secretary Foss to be able to explain it, because it's the one directly with the operations for the repatriation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, yes sir, please, you're recognized. We can't hear you. You're in mute mode. Okay.
Right.
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable senators. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends from the migration community. I think the correct date would be March 20, since it is the issuance of the interagency task force, national task force, implementing arm will be the ANTF, where every agency is represented, including DOTR, which supervises the Civil Aviation Board. So I repeat, it should be our interpretation, the implementation of the inbound passenger cap as imposed by NTF would be on March 20, not March 18.
Okay, and I think, sir, the more important thing here is what is in this particular advisory, no? Alam nyo, I beg to disagree kay Yusek na walang pinagkaiba yung sa CAB. Yung sa CAB, ang sabi ho nila, NAIA lang yung 1,500. Ito pong binabanggit natin, 1,500. This is nationwide, hindi po ba?
Ang clarification po ng meeting po ng clarification po dito po ng DOTR ng meeting po nung Lunes tungkol po dito when they initially announced this would only apply to NAIA.
So it will be NAIA only.
May existing, as you know, Senator, there are existing cap din po in other airports. For example, I was just told this morning that there is 1,500 cap for Clark and another cap for Cebu, for that matter. The controls in terms of inbound passengers are currently existing in all gateways po. So this one is only for NAIA. The reason for this is that we have been hitting beginning March, no? We have increased the capacity, absorption capacity to about 4,000. Kaso lang ito po, nag-spike ulit po yung cases po natin and its variants. So it's part, I think, in the NTF memorandum, it's quite clear that it is really a response not on the incapacity to absorb, but rather on the spike of the cases.
And sir, I'm sure you were consulted by the IATF. How did you come up with the 1,500? Bakit po 1,500? And I'm sorry, sir, I really don't agree with this because in other countries, if they have a good quarantine program, contact tracing, testing, I think hindi kailangan eh. But just the same, I wanted to find out where did you get the 1,500?
Hindi ko po masasagot po yun kasi hindi po ako involved po in decision making po.
So you were not consulted, sir? Hindi pa na-consult ang DFA, ang OWA? Hindi ba na-consult ng National
I
Task Force?
personally, I was not part of the decision making process po sa pag-set ng limit po.
Sige po, si Admin Hans is raising his hand. Yes, Admin Hans, can you clarify on this particular issue?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair and honorable members of the committee and colleagues in government. Of course, ultimately, it will be the National Task Force and the DOTR who can directly respond to the queries, Mr. Chair. But as far as we know, yes, we took part in the meetings that had established the current imposed travel ban inbound. And as far as we know, the reasons are mainly health-based. And this could be clearly gleaned from the memorandum of our chair in the National Task Force, Secretary Lorenzana, citing instances based on the data from the DOH with regard to incidents, rising incidents of COVID cases coming from abroad. So that is the basis. The 1,500, of course, again, DOTR and CAAP, Mr. Chair, can fully explain this. But as far as we know from the OWA side, the basis for this would be the historical arrival data. The CAAP and the DOTR are the most knowledgeable in terms of the flow, the inflow of passengers through NAIA. So the 1,500 is based on this information at the hands of the task force, National Task Force, and the CAAP, Mr. Chair. But if we would gladly furnish a copy of the March 16 memorandum of our NTF chair, Sec Lorenzana, to this committee, where it really clearly establishes the scientific health data or the basis behind the imposed travel ban. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, but I'm just curious about it. One, we couldn't answer what's really the basis of 1,500. Two, we wanted to find out, OWA, kayo ba, did you recommend this particular advisory na i-cap natin sa 1.5? Because if you're recommending na wag natin pauwiin yung ating mga kababayan sa bahay nila, sa kanilang lupang sinilangan, parang hindi yata maganda, parang inaamin din natin na it's not working yung quarantine program natin, yung testing na ginagawa natin, yung contact tracing natin. Is that an admission?
Well, Mr. Chair, we will go by, again, with my apologies, we will go by what is stated in the memorandum, which is the clearly established health basis. We cannot argue with the experts on health. We go by the science, Mr. Chair, and therefore we abide by the memorandum coming from Secretary Lorenzana, Mr. Chair.
But this is not your recommendation, sir, as head of OWA.
Well, at the time of the discussions, we had made representations with regard to the volume of OFWs in our quarantine facilities. And at the time, we were reaching the 11,000 mark, which could be compared to the same figures we had when we had an overflow last April, May of 2020. So the volume of OFWs in our quarantine facilities was going up, 11,000 in around 150 or 60 or so of hotels. So we had shared that information, Mr. Chair, with the National Task Force at the time.
Because for me, Admin Hans, if I wanted to go home, I would just look for another airport. Hindi ako dadaan sa NAIA. I'll go to another airport, makakauwi pa rin ako. So what's the point? I just don't get it. It's just me. Anyway, I'll give the floor to our Minority Leader or Senator Tolentino. Minority Leader Frank Drilon and then Senator Tolentino, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Mr. Chair, 365 days after COVID came to us. Our policies are still confusing, and as you just pointed out, Mr. Chair, the validity and the basis are not clear. That is why people tend not to follow directives because hindi po naintindihan. As you correctly pointed out, bakit 1,500? What is that figure? How is that figure arrived at? As you correctly said, Mr. Chair, yung ibang, kung talagang ito'y, if this is a system of making sure that we control the entry of those who may have COVID, they just choose the other airport, Cebu, Clark, and wala rin. So it's also ineffective. What I suspect is that this policy is dictated by the exposure of OWA to more expenses. We just heard Administrator Kakdak saying that 11,000 was the volume at the peak last year. Today, they're sent the evacuation or whatever isolation centers or the quarantine centers are approaching that much or that number. So is it because of that number, Administrator Kakdak, that we have imposed this arbitrary 1,500 limit?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Drilon. Again, sir, I will invoke the memorandum of our good chair of the National Task Force and the March 16 memorandum, and the basis of the cap, Mr. Chair, is clearly set out in the memorandum of Secretary Lorenzana, and that is the health basis of the imposition. So we will abide and stand by the memorandum of our good NTF chair, Mr. Senator.
Yes, but Mr. Administrator, we are in a democracy. We can question the decisions of those in power like you. Don't tell me that because this was the decision of the IATF, hindi na po natin pwedeng pagdebatihan. Hindi po tama yan. We are raising this issue because we are hoping that you guys can see some, you are not perfect. That is why we have hearings like this, so that we can express another view and hopefully we can influence policies, and that's our role as policy makers. That is why I don't think it's a valid reason for you to say na yun po ang sinabi ng aming chairman, yan ang aming susundin. Hindi po ba? Medyo nasasabi.
Well, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, what I do know is that the IATF is meeting today to discuss this travel cap. So hopefully, Mr. Senator, we will get further guidance from the IATF along these lines.
Yes. You tell us if you have no basis, you cannot explain because you were not part of the decision-making process. Don't tell us that you are following because this is the rule of the IATF. We are precisely elected representatives of the people to tell you the views that we believe is something that you must consider. Because the health basis, if you listen to the argument of our good chairman, totally ineffective, because you cannot isolate, you cannot use this reason if you open the other ports anyway. Dun dadaan, di tapos. So what health issue are we talking of? That is why it is not, it is not correct for you to say that this is the rule because this is what was promulgated by the IATF. I do not accept that, and we would request an explanation as to why this is so, because this is, to our mind, erroneous and prejudices our OFWs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Drilon. Senator Tolentino, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, along the same line, I would like to express my alarm attitude towards this, because I foresee the unenforceability of this. How would you determine, who will determine which airline should have a cap of 1,500 Filipinos, which stopover should force a disembarkation of Filipinos, which port of departure should prevent a valid ticket holder of a trip going to Manila. It would entail an enormous amount of international cooperation among immigration officers to prevent embarkation and to force disembarkation on a stopover. For instance, our returning overseas Filipino workers coming from Riyadh pre-book with a ticket, Emirates, a plane containing perhaps 517 seats. And their current policy is to allow only 35% seating capacity, which would be 180 seats. How would you pluck out the Filipino passport holders bound for Manila with tickets, pre-book? How would you force them out? I really can't imagine a situation when we will be forcing planes to return to their port of embarkation or departure just because there are Filipinos and we have reached the 1,500 cap. So parang napakahirap. You're coming from Amsterdam, you have a stopover in Narita via KLM, and we have interconnections, Sky Team, all Sky Alliances. It would be very hard. So I suggest at DFA, and I'll try to text Secretary Lorenzana to revisit this. Super spreaders, the one carrying and diffusing the virus, so to speak, are not just those coming in. They're within us. It runs contrary to DOT policy of travel now. Siguro this has to be calibrated, but we're off tangent. The topic, Mr. Chair, just speaking out loud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino. And just to add up to your point, you know, in that particular advisory, it says that there are exemptions, and ang exemption is distressed returning OFWs. Now, the DFA and OMWA would have to endorse. Now, the next question is, how would you know? What would be the consideration of DFA as to distressed overseas Filipinos? Paano yung priority niya? No? Again, ang hirap i-implement ito, and just to spread into the records, we are policy makers here. We wanted to help the government. We wanted to point out that this is not a sound and viable policy. We hope that our friends from DFA, from DOLE, we have Cabsec Nograles here, who's also a former legislator, I think can make representation and perhaps convey this message. Anyway, our topic today is reintegration and repatriation. Perhaps if we could hear from DFA or DOLE. Let's go first with repatriation. Ano ba yung mga protocols? Ano yung, if you have a presentation, paano ba tayo nag-repatriate? Ano yung mga protocols? We go with DFA first. Please, Yusek Sara.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We prepared a slide presentation to show our accomplishments in the repatriation, Your Honor. With the permission of the Chair, the DFA capped its unprecedented repatriation efforts for 2020 by bringing home 327,511 overseas Filipinos in 2020. 231,537 or 70.7% of the repatriates are land-based workers in at least 90 countries around the world. The remaining 29.3% or 95,974 are seafarers from more than 150 cruise ships, oil tankers, and bulk vessels. On the screen is the breakdown of the repatriates traveling or transiting through the following regions. From Middle East is 228,893 or 69.89%. It's the biggest, hardest hit area, Your Honor, for our OFWs. Asia in the Pacific is 36,868 or 11.26%. Americas 30,971 or 9.46%. Most of the ones from Americas are from those cruise ships that were stranded in the Caribbean. Europe 28,909 or 8.83%, and these are again our cruise ship, our sea-based workers. In Africa 1,870 or 0.57%. Since February 9, 2020, the day when the DFA mounted its first COVID-19 repatriation flight from Wuhan, the department has been relentless in bringing home overseas Filipinos despite the multitude of challenges it faced. A 10-member team from DFA and DOH went to Wuhan at the time, at the epicenter, and the pioneer mission successfully brought home the first 30 Filipinos from the Chinese city. Also in February, a 3-person rapid response team flew to Japan to assist Philippine Embassy in Tokyo in disembarkation repatriation of Filipinos from the Diamond Princess cruise ship. This marked the beginning of the pandemic's immediate impact on the cruise line industry, where thousands of Filipino seafarers were working. When quarantine started to close down in March 2020, which is happening again now, Your Honor, the tourism industry was heavily hit and cruise line companies were forced to suspend their operations. From March to June 2020, the DFA facilitated the daily arrival of chartered flights, each carrying hundreds of seafarers from cruise ships docked all over Europe, North America, and the Caribbean. Thereafter, the repatriation of our land-based overseas Filipinos followed suit. In April, the DFA chartered flights from Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Maldives, and Italy to bring home 1,096 distressed overseas Filipinos who lost their jobs and had no means to come home from those countries. Calls for repatriation from the Middle East came in May 2020 as the DFA sent its first sweeper flight in the Middle East via Riyadh and Dammam, Saudi Arabia. This marked the beginning of the mass repatriation of more than 220,000 overseas Filipinos from the region. Thereafter, in June 2020, the DFA sent a sweeper flight to Africa, which stopped by Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya before heading home to the Philippines with 287 distressed overseas Filipinos. In August 2020, the DFA was confronted with 2 Herculean tasks. First was the repatriation from Uzbekistan, where we do not have an embassy, we do not have honorary consuls, and there was a lockdown. Through the Philippine Embassy in Tehran, Iran, and in coordination with the leaders of the Filipino community, the DFA worked on the repatriation remotely but was nevertheless able to bring home 257 of our fellow Filipinos. The second one was the repatriation flights from the port of Beirut. As we know, there was an explosion. With utmost urgency, the DFA sent a chartered flight to Lebanon and brought home 386 repatriates, many of whom sustained injuries from the blast. Foreign Affairs Secretary Locsin welcomed the repatriates personally upon their arrival at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport. So far, we have 5 chartered flights from Lebanon. But the rest of our kababayans there who are married to Lebanese and who choose to stay are still there. And in our third repatriation flight, Your Honor, we brought 5,000 boxes of relief goods because we couldn't bring money in because of the sanctions, and also the Lebanon is also they have a problem. The embassy cannot buy relief goods because there's a limit also to buying supplies in Lebanon. As the DFA entered its 8th consecutive month of repatriation, October marked several firsts. The mass repatriation of 500 agro-study students from Israel, the first repatriation of 92 overseas Filipinos from Benghazi, Libya, and the first ever repatriation by sea from Indonesia of 40 Filipino fishermen via the BRP to Bataha. In November 2020, 9 Filipino seafarers were brought home by the DFA after the shipping vessel was abandoned in the port of Djibouti, Africa. The department, in coordination with its missions abroad, lobbied hard with the Djibouti representatives in the International Maritime Organization in London, the United Nations in New York, and Djibouti Embassy in Tokyo to allow the disembarkation of the Filipino crew MV Arribas on humanitarian grounds. They arrived safely in Manila last November after being stranded on border vessel for more than 14 months. Finally, in December, we chartered the sweeper flights around the Middle East, which, Your Honor, I joined from Syria, Lebanon, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And our last repatriation flight arrived on January 1 with myself and the Undersecretary Undersecretary Borge of the Office of the President. The DFA continues to monitor the safety and well-being of Filipinos, and as of now, Your Honor, we have repatriated close to 292,000. And this is also the statistics of those who have COVID, 15,928. Many of our medical frontliners are victims, succumbed to COVID. At the onset, Your Honor, they had the same problems as we had here, lack of PPEs, and we also discovered that a lot of Filipino nurses are being put really on the COVID wards in the front line because we do not refuse the job, and because they are afraid of losing their jobs. But now it's better. They have more equipment, and also they're aware of their rights. And this is based, but we had unfortunately 1,044 deaths and this statistics comes from 88 countries and territories with Filipino COVID-19 cases. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Yusek Sara. But before we continue, let me ask also, perhaps Dole also present to us, kasi I have here with me yung figures ng dalawang ahensya, ng DOLE at ng DFA. Yung sa DFA, as you mentioned, 390,917 overseas Filipinos repatriated. Sa DOLE naman, yung figure nila is 435,643 OFWs repatriated. I just want a clarification if we can reconcile the figures. Do we add these figures from DOLE and DFA, or may overlapping po dito? If there's anyone who can answer that question.
Yes, Chair, I could respond to that. I will defer to Yusek Arellano po, Chair.
Okay, Yusek Arellano, you're recognized.
Yeah, with the permission of the Honorable Chairman, yes, may I request Admin Hans of OWA to respond to that. Please.
Okay, we give the floor to Admin Hans of OWA. Admin Hans, you're recognized.
Yes, tama po. Actually, as of today, we are approaching the 480,000 mark. We're approaching 500,000 OFWs who have returned, transported to their respective home regions. One explanation for the difference between the data cited by Yusek Sara is that we have the data pertaining to those who had arrived, whether or not repatriated by the DOLE or the DFA, and pertaining to those also who had arrived by commercial means, meaning commercial flight transport. So not necessarily through a deliberate repatriation effort. So that, I would say, accounts for the difference, Mr. Chair. So we would have a bigger figure because many or some of the OFWs whom we transport to their home provinces and regions were not necessarily deliberately repatriated, in the sense that they took their own commercial flights. For instance, OFWs on vacation or who had ended their contracts, especially highly skilled workers who had come home on their own volition and account, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes, Minority Leader Frank Drilon, Senator Drilon is recognized.
So, yes, following up on the question of the good chairman, how many of our OFWs have been repatriated as a result of this worldwide pandemic? And when I say overseas Filipino workers, regardless of whether or not they are members of OWA or were funded out of the funds from the DFA under assistance to nationals. Just so maybe the first figure is how many of our countrymen were forced to come back because of the pandemic, regardless of whether they are members of OWA or not, or whether or not they are workers. How many do we have? Do we have a figure of that?
Yes, can anyone answer the question? Yes, Yusek, Sarah?
Your Honor, for DFA, Your Honor, Senator Drilon, the figures that we have, that's close to 293,000. All of them were came home because of the pandemic, Your Honor. However, just to be clear, for the seafarers, Your Honor, most of them, except for those who have been abandoned, their repatriation was paid for by their local manning agencies or their companies or their and even their quarantine also, Your Honor. And some of the land-based, because most of the, aside from the chartered flights and some of the flights, some of the land-based workers also are being paid for by their employers. But for those that are really in distress, who are being abandoned by the employers or their local manning agencies, those are the ones that we pay for using the assistance to nationals. And for those people who are non-OWA members, we have an agreement with OWA, with the Good Administrator KATOTOHANAN. For the irregular workers or who are trafficking in persons victims, OWA also takes care of them when it comes to the quarantine, Your Honor. Actually, DFA will actually give the repatriation regardless of migration status, even if they are students. There are instances where they are students, sir.
Yeah. So I haven't gotten my answer yet, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, and I don't blame the officials. Maybe it's extremely difficult to figure out how many of our countrymen returned, whether overseas Filipino workers or just returning residents. Yes, may we ask, may we give the floor to Assistant Secretary Foss, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, before we recognize Assistant Secretary Foss, as we heard a while ago from Dole's number from Admin Hans, they are already close to 480,000. They're already close to 480,000, and the DFA figures is 293,000, if I'm not mistaken. But we give the floor to ASEC Foss, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to the question of Senator Drilon, the figures given by Undersecretary Ariola for us at the DFA, those are all COVID response figures, meaning for today, we have 390,917 Filipinos who the DFA has facilitated in their return to the Philippines as a whether they lost jobs, whether they don't have enough resources anymore. So we facilitated the return either through commercial flights or through chartered flights or through boats. Pinauwi natin sa Tubataha, galing sa Indonesia, etc. And then of this, we're looking at around 287,252 are land-based, mostly from Middle East, and 103,665 are sea-based, mostly from the cruise ship. These are the early days of the pandemic. Kasi nawala po yun in the middle months. And then lately, about 3 weeks ago, nagsisimula na naman po sila.
Before we get confused with so many figures, I'll just ask a simple question. Is the 390,000 that the figure of the DFA part of the 480,000 mentioned by the Dole?
If I heard Admin Kakda earlier on, it could be a part of, because we don't count everything that arrive in the Manila, only those that we have a direct hand, the DFS a direct hand. Our numbers are
Only those where you have a direct hand.
Yes.
Only those where you have a direct hand. And you're saying it's 390,917.
Yes.
Now, what about OWA? Where is this? 480,000 is based on what? How did you arrive at that figure? Is this based on the disbursement of OWA for, say, plane fares or chartered flights?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I could respond. The 400, actually, to be for the record, it's 481,112 at the beginning of today. They are the OFWs who had returned to our country and had been transported either by chartered plane for the Visayas and Mindanao OFWs, or chartered bus or chartered buses and planes if they are from Luzon out of the PITX, Parañaque Integrated Terminal Exchange, every day. So we do a daily count, Mr. Chair. Every day, a figure coming out of NAIA 2 for the domestic planes and PITX is reported to the NTF, IATF members daily, Mr. Chair.
So,
and the count tally to 481,112.
Are we saying that the 481,000 is on top of the 390?
No, Mr. Chair. The 481,112 necessarily includes those who had been transported or repatriated courtesy of the DFA and the DOLE, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the 390 is part of the 481.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So that the total repatriated overseas Filipino workers is 481.
481,112, Mr. Chair.
Mas marami pa ito sa nirepatriate ng DFA.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because as what I had explained, this figure includes those who were not part of a deliberate repatriation or repatriation facilitation effort by either the DFA or the DOLE. Because many OFWs...
Never mind all of those qualifications. Just tell us roughly how many of our countrymen, OFW and non-OFW, who were repatriated as a result of the pandemic. Siguro mas simple yan. Huh?
Mr. Chair, the DFA, I had heard the DFA report 390,000 as a result of the repatriation effort. So I would think that would be the figure, Mr. Chair, 390,000.
Not 481,000?
481,000, Mr. Chair, would include those who had commercially arrived on vacation with still existing jobs, Mr. Chair. So they would not necessarily be included among those who had been adversely affected by the pandemic, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, just to clarify that. Okay. So we're talking about a figure of 390,917. Both sea-based and land-based workers who have been repatriated as a result of this COVID, or what the Undersecretary Ariola said, to be COVID-related. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Senator Drilon. But when you talk about being repatriated, kasama talaga lahat yung any individual who are in distress. Am I correct? Basta in distress, part of the being repatriated. Anyway, just to continue with our topic on repatriation, no. Let me just ask DOLE, OWA, and the POEA with regard to the tracking system for OFWs returning due to COVID-19, no? Are all OFWs returning due to the pandemic? Are they all required to register to the OFW Assistance Information System or OASIS in order to be provided repatriation assistance by the government? Are they all required?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair, yes, they are all, yes, they are all required, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they all do. So we have a fail-safe, if I may say so, mechanism upon arrival at the airport. Upon arrival at the airport, they are registered and their names are entered into what we call an uwian na database. So for those who had registered prior to departure and those who register upon arrival in the Philippines, they all are included in a central database that we have at the OWA, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Can we find out how many are registered already and how many are registered na nakabanggit po doon that they were laid off because of the pandemic? Do we have that figures?
Mr. Chair, what we have are the figures of those who had registered and had intended to or have already arrived in our country. So that would be roughly in the same neighborhood as the figure that I presented today, around 481,000. Now, as to whether, as to the specific cause, yes, there is a information there about as to why they had returned, and we can provide this committee with that information.
Yeah, because I look at the portal itself. There's a says here current employment status and andyan ho pwedeng ilagay yung laid off. I'm specifically trying to find out how many were laid off and how we can help them, di ba? Kasi when we repatriate, we wanted to make sure na we can also help them. But anyway, Admin Hans, what are the consequences of an OFW who fails to register in the OASIS? Can he or she still avail of the repatriation assistance of DOLE and OWA?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, I had already mentioned a plan B or a backup registration
Okay.
mechanism upon arrival. Upon arrival. So kahit nakaligtaan nila, Mr. Chair, yung pagrehistro prior to departure for the Philippines, upon arrival, we make sure that their names are entered in the database. And the other database that we have, Mr. Chair, aside from arrivals database, would be the database of those who had received the financial assistance benefit.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I would say would be a safer statistic or database with respect to those who had really been adversely affected by the pandemic. Yung mga tinatawag nating DOLE ACAP beneficiaries database po.
Yes. Oh, tsaka Admin Hans, yung isang OFW, can he or she reimburse repatriation expense, his or her repatriation expenses from OWA?
Mr. Chair, we in general, we are adverse to reimbursement. We have been warned by the Commission on Audit on this matter simply because we are not made to pay for a contract, or in this case, a contract of transportation, which we did not negotiate. Because in the past, there had been the risk of plane tickets, which are for some reason higher in price or rates than others. So we no longer do the reimbursement basis with arrangement with respect to returning OFWs. However, of course, as mentioned by Yusek Sara, we do join forces with the DOLE and the DFA in terms of transporting our OFWs home. By way of example, the Uzbekistan, 287 of them. The Uzbekistan OFWs mentioned by Yusek Sara was by virtue of an OWA chartered DFA facilitated flight. So we joined forces with DFA and DOLE along these lines, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Admin Hanso. Una, I understand where COA is coming from, and you made mention na wala na, no, ayaw na natin yung reimbursement, but also I think we also need to look into a situation wherein our kababayan would really wanted to do everything, you know, just to come home and pay for it, etc. So kawawa din. I hope wag nating isarat permanently yung idea na maka-reimburse sila in such a situation, no. Now with regard to the coordination that you're talking about with DFA, do you coordinate yung pong use of this Oasis system? Are the data and the information on DFA's repatriation efforts also linked to the Oasis tracking system?
There's no direct link, Mr. Chair, but obviously we can, of course, and we do share the information with the DFA or any government agency for that matter, as long as we are above board in terms of the data privacy law. We always make sure that we consult Commissioner Liboro in the Data Privacy Commission, Mr. Chair. But the short answer is we do share information in our database with regard to arriving OFWs or those who have been repatriated.
You know, we're not after the transfer of data, but running the system, no, para we will be able to keep track of our kababayans. That's actually my question.
Mr. Chair, if I may further clarify, I'm beginning to understand the context. When there is a group of OFWs set to be repatriated, it is a one-country team approach. So therefore, the DFA and the DOL join hands to repatriate. When this happens, let's say in Saudi Arabia, a group of 350 to be boarded on a flight from Dammam to Manila, all the 350 are automatically required to register with Oasis. And not only that, Mr. Chair, there's also the Red Cross system where the OFWs are encouraged to open an account in their name in the Red Cross swab testing system. So this is done through the one country team system. So the answer is yes, Mr. Chair. We join hands not just in the repatriation effort, but even in the registration effort.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear, Admin Hans, no. Itahi po natin sana yung binabanggit natin last hearing, yung tungkol dun sa shared government information system tungkol dito. But Admin, itong Oasis, we plan to sustain this portal even after pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's really a very useful portal in the sense that any OFW who wishes to come home will simply just register. And so we know about this OFW, yung ponsalubong sa airport, and any possible assistance, hotel facility, accommodation facility, food, transport, etc., can easily be done through the system.
Yes, I agree with that. But hindi kasama po dyan, syempre, yung mga undocumented, no? Hindi magre-register dyan.
Mr. Chair, at this stage, as Yusek Sara had mentioned, we help. Wala hong distinction whether documented or undocumented, because as you are fully aware, Mr. Chair, that the budget that we get, the emergency repatriation fund that we get, is from Congress with the approval of the President. So this fund caters to all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and we hope that this system can also capture the needs of returning OFW, such as employment facilitation, provision of training, provision of access to business opportunities, and we'll talk about it later dun sa integration. Anyway, yes, the minority leader is raising his hand. We would like to acknowledge our minority leader, Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much, Senator Villanueva. Since the topics assigned for today would be repatriation and reintegration, I would like to get certain basic facts. What was the repatriation budget of OWA and the DFA under the assistance to nationals last year, 2020, and how much was disbursed?
I'll start with the OWA, Mr. Chair, if Yusek Sara will allow. We have a 5.5 billion peso budget from Congress last year, Mr. Chair. 5.5 billion peso and 100% disbursement po tayo. In fact, I just received a forward.
Well, you're talking about 5.5 billion from the GA, from General Appropriations Fund for repatriation for 2020.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr.
That's
Chair.
correct. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, does that include the assistance to nationals? No. No, it does not. All right. Just going back first to OWA. Kaya nahihilo ako eh. Oh, is there any repatriation budget from OWA funds as distinguished from the GAA funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair. At the beginning of 2021, when we had yet not known about the negative effect of the COVID crisis, we had around 150 million. In the context, Mr. Chair, of not knowing about the massive repatriation effort incoming in 2020, I'm sorry, in 2020.
Yeah, 2020, okay.
But Mr. Chair, as the year went on and we were already knowledgeable of ECQ and the repatriation effort, we in effect had already sought a budget from the OWA board. We had activated a 500 million peso revolving fund that had been in place, especially in cases such as the Libya crisis 4 or 5 years ago. So we sought help from our board, and the board allowed us to tap into this 500 million peso fund, Mr. Chair, so that in the beginning we were using this fund until the president and the Congress stepped in and said we will help. In fact, it was in this Senate hearing, Mr. Chair, we had an exchange about this matter, if you will recall, sometime in May, and it was very helpful in the sense that it opened the door toward Congress and national government, the president, giving us the 5.5 billion pesos that I had mentioned, Mr. Chair.
All right. I can understand that it was very fluid at that time. We didn't know what was it, and therefore you were not able to provide for a budget. But having said that, how much in 2020 did you actually disburse from the OWA funds for repatriation? Actual, magkano talaga?
Actual, Mr. Chair, is we ended up spending on repatriation around 1 billion pesos. 1 billion.
So just a round figure, 1 billion from OWA funds for repatriation was actually disbursed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We had, as I said, there was a point in time when we were tapping into the funds.
For 18,391 OFWs. That's only from the ATN Fund, Your Honor. But the Senate also granted us Bayanihan 2, the 820 million, because as early as August, we really depleted our funds. So we were able to use 343 million, 36,000, 18.35 for 9,915, Your Honor. OFWs. We're still using the remaining Bayanihan 2 funds, Your Honor.
So roughly 1 billion in round figures.
Yes,
Is that
almost.
roughly? Yes, ATN and the Bayanihan.
Yes, sir.
900 plus million, or just put it in round figures, 1 billion. Would that be fair, Sarah?
Yes, Your Honor.
So can we say that for 2020, the government spent roughly 7.6 billion for repatriation alone?
Sir, with the OWA funds, yes, Your Honor.
I'm very confident about your yes, sir. Anyway, so for 2020, the total fund that public funds that we disbursed is roughly 7.6 billion for repatriation. Is that, yeah, that's a fair figure, right? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what about in 2021? What are we talking about? But before we go into that, I read in the newspapers that last week that the headline saying that OWA running out of funds. Can you elaborate on this, Administrator Kakdak? What does this exactly mean?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the context, thank you for the question. In the context of the emergency repatriation fund of 6.2 billion given to us for fiscal year 2021 by the Congress and by the Office of the President, we had sounded an early warning signal, Mr. Chair, if I may call it that, in the sense that in light of the new IATF protocol, quarantine protocol, of a minimum 6-day stay in a hotel quarantine facility, which had effectively tripled, even quadrupled the duration of hotel quarantine stay of an OFW from 1 to 3 days to 7 to 9 days. We had sounded the alarm because we had tracked the inflow, outflow of our funds. And we could now safely predict that around the midway point, May or June, the 6.2 billion pesos will be depleted because 6.2 billion, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Because at this stage, we have around 2.5, 2.6 billion left. We're fine at this stage. To clarify, Mr. Chair, we are okay until May or June. So we're okay. The funds are still there, but they are to the tune of 2.5 billion. And with the ongoing trend of returning OFW spending 7 to 9 days in a hotel facility from 1 to 3 days, then we foresee that at the midway point, this 6.2 billion will be exhausted. So that is the context, Mr. Chair. But otherwise, Mr. Chair, I would like to assure this committee that the OWA Trust Fund budget for 2021, around 2.6 billion, is intact for livelihood, scholarship, medical assistance, etc. It's intact, Mr. Chair, so that we're really just talking about the emergency repatriation fund granted by Congress and the President.
You do not draw repatriation expenses from the trust fund. Is that how I understand it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, not these days, Mr. Chair. We are being careful about this because if our proposed supplemental budget in a letter by Secretary Bello to Secretary Avisado last February 22nd is 9.8 billion. And we see the wave, the huge wave coming, Mr. Chair. So we will not dare touch the trust fund at this point in regard to food repatriation.
That's a very important distinction. You are making of record that you would not want to touch the trust fund for repatriation expenses. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because I feel that it's a slippery slope. If we start touching the fund for food and transport, it will bring us down further. Because again, we are expecting 9.8 billion, Mr. Chair, and we are standing at 18.3 billion right now, the OWA Trust Fund. And we will be depleted halfway, Mr. Chair, if we open the floodgates and spend out of the fund.
Yeah. And just for our information, the trust fund as of end of December is how much? Trust fund.
18.3 billion, Mr. Chair. 18.3
billion. Okay. And that is what you are protecting, that you do not want it to be used for repatriation expenses.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Not a single cent, Mr. Chair, we hope.
Yes, all right. You have a budget under the 2021 General Appropriations Act of roughly 7.6 billion. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So that would be 6.2 billion for the PREPAP fund, and the balance of that, Mr. Chair, would be on personal services.
Okay. For PS. PS
Yes.
is not really, yeah, just the PS of the OWA.
Yes, Mr. Chair. PS of the OWA.
Do you have also a location under Bayanihan 2 for repatriation?
Mr. Chair, to the extent that we had the Dole AKAP program out of Bayanihan 2, we did have funds out of the Bayanihan 2, but only to the extent of the financial assistance program, Mr. Chair, because the 5.5, as I understand it, Mr. Chair, 5.5 billion that we got in June from DBM and the President was taken from Bayanihan 1 and the GAA of 2020.
So this is not for repatriation, this from the Bayanihan 2, or do you mix funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Bayanihan 2, we got financial assistance funding through the Dole AKAP program headed by Sec Bello, but not repatriation funds, Mr. Chair.
All right. So did I hear you that you're requesting for 9.8 billion a supplemental budget?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Assuming the current trend of inflow of OFWs, assuming the current threat of the COVID-19 pandemic remains, assuming the 7 to 9 days hotel duration stay continues, yes, Mr. Chair.
And where do you propose to get this?
Mr. Chair, we had, of course, Secretary Bello had written Sec Abisado on this matter. And today we have a letter, we carried a letter to the Senate President from Secretary Bello as well on this funding, Mr. Chair. But the Senate is closed, Mr. Chair, so we will send the letter electronically. So we also had a discussion on this matter in the Bayanihan 3 proceedings in the House the other day, just early this week, Mr. Chair, so that we are also knocking on the doors of the Congress, House and Senate, Mr. Chair, on this matter.
You know, as my colleagues will confirm, where it involves appropriation of public funds, we cannot initiate it in the Senate. It must commence from the lower house, and there must be a certification from the National Treasurer that there are funds available. Absent that, your only choice is the realignment of the items in the budget from the office of the President. And I do not know today the parameters of the power of the President to realign. Maybe Secretary Nograles can help us there, because I'm already confused on the powers to realign with all the measures that we pass. But maybe I'll shift to you, to Secretary Nograles. What's
Senator Dillon, I'm sorry, Senator Dillon, just one interjection to Admin Hans. No, I just wanted to find out, because you made mention that Secretary Bello made representations for OWA with the Department of Budget and Management. Ano po yung naging reaction ng DBM? Ano yung payo nila sa inyo? Ano yung gagawin? May nakita na po ba sila, as already stated by our Minority Floor Leader? Saan po pwedeng kunin kung magsusupplemental budget? At kung sakali naman magkakaroon ng realignment, meron ba silang nakikita na po pwedeng pagkuhanan? What was their reaction? What was their response with your request, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there was a letter from Secretary Abisado to Secretary Bello dated March 10th. And the response is as follows. First, that the special provision on support for infrastructure projects and social programs under unprogrammed appropriations of Republic Act 11518, the General Appropriations Act, amounting to 9.84 billion, which is the amount requested by OWA, may be tapped to cover priority programs, although the same is not yet available, as no certification of excess income has yet been issued by the Bureau of Treasury. And the other point that was made in the letter is that pursuant to Section 38 of RA 10801, The OWA fund serves as the welfare fund, which can only be used for purposes for which it was created. That is to serve the welfare of member OFWs and their families, which shall include the financing of core programs and of services of the OWA. For coordination with the OWA FMS, it is informed that the OWA fund has a balance of 18.362 billion as of January 31, 2021, and in view of the foregoing, in order for the OWA to sustain its efforts on the implementation of its priority programs and projects addressing the impact of COVID-19 global pandemic to OFWs, it is suggested that said agency maximize its available allotment for FY 2021, as well as assess and consider the utilization of the OWA fund, which is available for the purpose consistent with the provisions of Section 38 of RA 10801. Having said this, Mr. Chair, we are still currently in coordination with the DBM on this matter.
Wow, I'm just a little shocked here, no, listening to the response coming from the DBM that somehow they are suggesting that you use or touch OWA funds. Is that correct? I thought I heard it wrong, Your Honor, admin. Is that my understanding?
Yes, I just read directly from the letter, Mr. Chair, so we can provide a copy to this committee, Mr. Chair. And as I said, we are still in constant coordination
Yes,
with the
please.
DBM on this matter. In fairness, Mr. Chair, this is the standard response of the DBM all over the years when we request for a budget, even during the pre-COVID crisis. We are not losing sleep over this response. We are still hoping and still in coordination with Sec Wendell Avisado and the DBM. We have not given up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Admin Hans, and we trust on your sound judgment, especially when you talk about taking care of OWA funds. Please bear in mind that you have a lot of allies here in the Senate. Yung mga ganong suggestions, very dangerous for me, I would say, no? Anyway, we'll give back the floor to Senator Frank Drilon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I join your position that indeed this is of concern to us, and we are glad that OWA has taken the firm position that OWA funds are trust funds. And that is, I would like to think that that is the bottom line of the position taken by OWA all these years, that these are trust funds, these are private funds, and can only be used for the purpose for which it was established. But that doesn't mean that this effort to draw from OWA funds will stop because you would not know what are the needs for the coming years, and you will not, and nobody knows what the attitude of the OWA will be a year or two from now. That is the position of the present leadership of OWA, consistent with the past position, is that these are trust funds which cannot be used for activities like repatriation. On the other hand, consistently, as we can gather from the statements of the administrator, the budget always also had wanted, well, not only this administration, but in the past, had always wanted to tap on OWA to respond to needs of the time. And as of today, it is repatriation. So we are in that very precarious situation, Mr. Chairman, insofar as use of OWA funds are concerned. And that should be the subject of a debate and a policy decision. But can I go and request some answers from the Cabinet Secretary, Secretary Nograles?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Secretary Nograles, what is the attitude of the Cabinet, what is the position of the Cabinet insofar as this need of about 9.8 billion that OWA may need for the repatriation and expenses of our OFWs once, in terms of in-country expenses like hotel and domestic travel. OWA is saying that they will run out of funds. And these are, if they are going to use this OWA funds which is at this point is 18.5 billion, pag ginamit nyo po ang 9.8 billion, halos kalahati mawawala. And these are trust funds. So it is a legitimate question. What is the thinking of the cabinet and the president on this need of OWA today?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may respond, the IATF has a meeting after this hearing as our scheduled meeting for the week. And we will talk about this concern in the IATF meeting because it would necessarily need the different agencies and departments to find a way for us to be able to source some funds. And not only that, think of a way for us to continue how we take care of our returning overseas Filipinos when they come back to the Philippines from abroad, given all of these protocols by the IATF. So pag-uusapan namin sa IATF meeting mamaya, Mr. Chair.
No. On the basis of my knowledge of the budget, can you not source this out of the contingent fund? How much is the contingent fund in the 2021 budget?
I don't have the budget book with me, Mr. Chair. Pasensya. I don't know if there's anyone from the DPM here also.
Yeah, is there anyone from the DBM here? Yes, I was going to ask that. Is there
Yes,
anyone from the...
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Uh,
yes,
for-
you're recognized. You're recognized. If I'm not mistaken, that's 18 billion, di ba?
For under the 2021 NEP, Your Honor, we have the contingent fund at 13 billion. A total of 13 billion.
13 billion under the National Expenditure Program.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the contingent fund as of November 23, 2020.
All right. Can you tell us how much is available at this stage?
I don't have the exact figure as.
But can you consider as a valid expense under the contingent fund budget the repatriation requirements of OWA?
Your Honor, at this point, may I refer to my colleague from the one handling the budget operations?
I'm sorry, ma'am. The transmission is not very clear. My question is this request of COA for a funding of 9.8 billion for repatriation a valid item under the contingent program budget?
Actually, sir, Your Honor, this figure that I gave, this was made as an option for the newly created department in case the current appropriations of all the agencies that will be absorbed is not sufficient. But we have not yet considered this.
Excuse me, ma'am. The question is,
Pwede naman itap ang
yung bang 13 billion na contingent fund, swak pa dito yung hinihinging pondo?
Pero wala tayong balance pa, no?
Yes, something is wrong with the transmission, but from what I can gather from the answer of the DBM, Mr. Chairman, that the 13 billion was included in the contingent fund to fund new departments. Is that correct, ma'am?
Actually, Your Honor, we offer the contingent fund as another source in case the existing agencies' appropriations will not be sufficient enough to create the new department. But we have not explored the option of using this amount for the repatriation, since the OWA and the POEA, while they are to be attached to the new department, they will be retaining their own funds. So what is being pulled here are only the resources of the transferred and merged agencies under the new department.
Are you saying that you would rather preserve this contingent fund for expenses in the creation of a new department rather than repatriating? our OFWs? That is not a very sound policy, if I may say. Unahin pa natin yung pagbuo ng mga bagong opisina at bigyan ng budget ang mga bagong opisina, expand our bureaucracy rather than allocate the necessary funds para po maibalik natin ang ating mga kababayan dahil sa COVID. Yun po ba ang ating policy?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, just before we recognize Cabsec Nograles, I think our DBM friends should listen attentively to what we are talking about here and perhaps at least get a cue from what is happening. You know, in the last hearing, even our Cabsec guest, Cabsec Nograles, even mentioned that there's not much needed funds in creating this particular department. So don't even talk about it because the question here by the minority leader is that if the contingent fund na may 13 billion, pasok ba dyan sa contingent fund item na yan yung hinihingi ng OWA? Na ako, para sa akin, clearly, pasok po dyan. Yun lang naman po yung tanong. Pero I don't know why you're talking different stuff here. But anyway, let's give the floor to Cabsec Nograles.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Nancy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Siguro just to add dun sa discussion dun sa 13 billion contingency fund. Parang ang pagkaintindi ko ho ngayon there's a 13 billion set aside budget para dito sa pagka-create ng DOFIL. Pero wala tayong contingency fund na pwedeng gamitin natin sa repatriation ng ating mga OFW. I hope I am wrong and maybe Cabsec Nograles can answer that. Yun lang po,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
And that is really unacceptable. We will not accept that, you know. And I don't think that is the intention of our friends from DBM. Unfortunately, dating sa atin lahat. We give the floor to Cabsec Nograles. Cabsec, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you are absolutely right. And in fact, the records will bear us out here. The intent when the bill was filed was to only use the current budgets of the different offices that would all form and amalgamate into the new department. So no, hindi natin of course, we are saying that the contingency fund will be used for important contingencies. Ayoko rin pangunahan ng DBM, but in terms of policy, obviously, repatriation of our Filipinos is top priority for this administration and for this government, Mr. Chair. So yung sa department, hindi po tayo, we will not reserve the contingency fund for the creation of the department. That's very clear in the bill, Mr. Chair.
Yes, but nevertheless, the statement from the DBM is that this was intended in case the new department is created as the source of whatever is needed as an additional funds after the already allocated funds for OWA and DBM, and I'm sorry, and the PUA under the GAA. Is that, in other words, kung kulang pa yung nakalagay sa budget dahil dito sa pagbuo natin dito sa bagong departamento, yung contingent fund ang siyang gagamitin at ang intensyon ay para doon. Tama po ba yan?
Mr. Chair, contingency fund by its very nature is for any contingency, no? Because we cannot foresee what will happen in the future, what in the course of the year of 2021. So perhaps it was said in the context na it is one of the options, but surely, Mr. Chair, it is not the priority option. Perhaps in the context of it is one of the options, but not the priority option, Mr. Chair.
Having said that, Mr.
May I be authorized sponsor from DBM's Also,
Mr.
sir.
Secretary,
Excuse me, you are not recognized. Who are you? Who are you? Who's the one talking here?
Sir, this is also from DBM, from Jane
I'm
Armendez,
not
sir.
recognizing you, ma'am, whoever you are, and we don't see anyone here from the video. Please don't just talk if you want to say something, please.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we will call your attention if we need you, and if you can also show yourself, ma'am, because we can't see anything here. Yeah, we give the floor back to our minority leader, Senator Drilon.
thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask, would the Secretary Nograles recommend that the 9.2 billion that the OWA is asking for as needed funds for the repatriation of overseas Filipino workers be sourced from the contingent fund, which is right now 13 billion under the National Expenditure Program, instead of using the trust fund of OWA? Would Secretary Nograles at least consider that and recommend that to the President and to the Cabinet?
That's, Mr. Chair, if I may, that's the reason why it will be brought up to the IATF because by the very nature, it's interagency. So all the secretaries will be able to pitch in their opinion and their inputs into the matter, Mr. Chair.
So right now, with that answer, Mr. Secretary, I can conclude that the government is not prepared to tap the 13 billion contingent fund to respond to the 9.8 or 9.8 billion pesos needed by OWA.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, it's just to give due deference lang po sa magiging pag-uusapan namin sa IATF because obviously we are all equal cabinet secretaries here at ayoko rin pangunahan ano yung magiging decision ng IATF on that matter, Mr. Chair. Deference lang po.
Yes, all right. I accept that, although I maintain the view that is a budgetary item, that the DBM is in a best position to determine whether there are funds whether the policy is to allow the tapping of this fund for repatriation of OFW or be maintained as a standby fund to cover for whatever expenses that will be needed for the creation of a new department. If that is the policy, we accept that as a position of a co-equal political branch on this matter. May we request, Mr. Chairman, that Secretary Nograles inform this committee of the decision of the IATF on this point, because it's very important to us, Mr. President. Thousands of our OFWs still are waiting to be repatriated. And by the way, Mr. Kakdak, the 9.8 billion or so that you're requesting must be based on some data on the number of OFWs needing to be repatriated. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Assuming a minimum volume of around 2,000 a day, that makes around 60,000. And the 60,000 a month times the remaining or around 8 months times the duration of stay of around 7 to 9 days times the maximum rate per night in a hotel, which is 3,000 pesos.
So roughly, Administrator Kakdak, just on the basis of your computation of 60,000 per month, the minimum would be at least 600 or 700 OFWs awaiting repatriation. Yes, 60,000 just times 12. Sabihin lang natin times 10. 600,000 OFWs are awaiting repatriation. Tama po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, at this stage, as you also had mentioned at the outset, These days, we are no longer looking at a bulk of OFWs returning needing repatriation. Because by needing repatriation, I mean those who had been adversely affected by COVID and requiring government assistance to come home. Around, should I say, around 50, even probably over than 50% of those returning are already coming home on their own volition, on vacation, finished contract, and need to go back. So we're already at that kind of a
So
fluid.
hindi po yun sila kasama sa 9.8 billion. Hindi naman natin pwedeng sagutin yung repatriation ng gustong magbakasyon dito. Hindi po ba? Ngayon, ang tinatanong na po namin, what I'm asking for is what is the basis of your request for 9.8 billion as a support fund, because we're supporting that. I don't think that I would strongly believe that the senators present here would support that request for 9.8 billion. But having said that, it is a valid question to ask, ilan ba? How many are we trying to repatriate for this budget of 9.8 billion? That's a simple question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are still going by the 2,000 arrivals per day, Mr. Chair, because we do not make distinctions, Mr. Chair. When an OFW arrives, we don't ask that OFW question, nagbabakasyon ka ba? At kung oo, sorry.
Okay, so we accept your 2,000 OFWs a day.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because we help everybody who arrives, Mr. Chair.
Roughly 60,000 a month. Right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. 2,000 a day.
Now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, and for 10 months, roughly 600,000 OFWs that you have budgeted for repatriation. Whether darating sila o hindi, that's beyond your control. But for purposes of budgeting, you're saying you expect 600,000 to come back in the next 10 months.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, we compute at 8 months po. 8 months, not
8 months. So 8 months. So whatever. So let's say 500,000. 500,000 is a reasonable basis.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
600 times 8 is 480, just for easy computation. 500,000.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We're talking of arrivals, Mr. Chair. Again, we're not talking of those adversely affected, necessarily adversely affected by
Just
arrivals. Yes, Mr. Chair.
That arrivals that you want to budget for.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that is why, so for expected arrivals of 500,000, you are looking for a budget of 9.8 billion, which you are trying, which we are suggesting can be sourced out of the contingent fund, but which the DBM is saying the contingent fund is reserved for the creation of this new department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi naman, Senator Drilon, ikaw talaga.
Mr. Chairman.
Just 1 minute, kapatid, no, Nancy. I just wanted to point out, Admin Hans, doon sa request na 9.8 billion, kasama na din po dito yung unpaid billings for repatriation services delivered in 2020, because I heard there are unpaid billings po. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, we are still good at this stage and we are addressing the unpaid billings at this stage. May pera pa tayo, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga ang peg po natin is 8 months.
Yes.
Not the entire duration from here on until the end of the year.
You're saying by June, no? June yung talagang mamumroblema tayo if we remain in this particular status quo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, around May to June. Yes, May.
Okay. Now, meron yung binabanggit din sa akin na Admin Hans, yung mga manning agencies na were supposed to be reimbursed of OWA expenses. Nahahabol po ba natin to? Nagagawa po ba natin ito? Kasi gusto nating malaman kung yung mga manning agencies also would be responsible doon sa mga kababayan po natin. Hindi lahat sinasagot ng OWA dahil ngayon parang ang dating po sa atin, talagang lahat sinasagot ng OWA. Okay naman din po sa atin, undocumented or not, OWA members o hindi, tulungan natin. Okay po yun, no? And tama naman po yun. It's just that siguro hindi ba natin lalagyan din ng cap hanggang kailan po tayo ganito, hanggang kailan na lahat ng repatriation talagang OWA yung sasagot. So dalawang bagay po yan. Una yung sa manning agency, pangalawa yung sa moving forward no in the future. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are fully aware. Even during my time at the PUEA, I worked in tandem with the OWA in terms of running after agencies who needed to step up and refund government costs with regard to repatriation. However, we are still in the middle of a national emergency, and we had deemed it proper to provide for returning OFWs, regardless of whether at this stage they need to be reimbursed or paid by the agencies. This is not the time, we feel, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
to take stock and run after people.
Yes,
So
yes,
for the
I agree with that.
Mr. Chair,
I agree with that, Admin Hans. Please don't get me wrong. I agree with that. Totally agree with it. In fact, I've been very supportive of OWA and DOLE. I just wanted to find out, but to date, how much are we talking about?
Mr. Chair, by our estimates, it's 159.3 million. 159.3 million. Not all OFWs, Mr. Chair, are covered still by the current repatriation obligation, simply because they are beyond their initial contract of obligation with their agencies. In other words, many are returning balik manggagawa
Yes.
who are no longer
I
tied to the recruitment agency. So it's 159.3 million, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
and there will be a reckoning time for this.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you, Senator Nancy. Sorry, please.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification kay Admin Kakdak, yung 9.8 billion, ito lang yung cost ng pag-quarantine sa mga OFW natin. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, in terms of our proposal, Madam Senator, in terms of our proposal to the DPM, we had also included costs for food and transport because po apektado na rin yung food and transport sa ngayon dahil kinakain na nung most of our budget ang
And testing,
hotel.
kasama ba dito yung testing?
No, at this stage, no, Madam Chair. Madam Senator, we look at the PhilHealth and the Coast Guard and the Red Cross in terms of the free swab testing for OFWs who are returning.
Okay, so room and food and transportation basically.
Yes po, yes po.
Yes, okay. And then, thank you, Admin Kakdak. Siguro lang, Mr. Chairman, baka pakiusap lang kay Cabsec Nograles. Kasi hindi ho ba pag iintayin pa natin yung IATF, yung recommendation nila, parang tatagal pa yung proseso. Hindi ho ba pwedeng mag-usap na lang si Secretary Bebot saka si Secretary Wendell pagdating dun sa kung saan pwede natin i-source itong 9.8 billion para mapabilis yung proseso dahil coming from the statement of Admin Hans, mukhang may sense of urgency na hanapan na natin kaysa naman magamit natin yung trust fund ng ahensya. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Nancy. We will furnish you, each member of this committee, the copy of that request of DOLE and OWA to the DBM and everything that will be submitted to us, no, including the response of DBM. And I'm sure our good friend Cabsec Nograles would be able to represent our group and whatever what transpired during the hearing. Si Cabsec Nograles very humble and kind. Ayaw magsalita na kayang-kaya niyang solusyonan ito being the former chairperson of the Appropriations Committee, and I'm sure yung contingency fund na yan swak dyan yung request ng OWA, but again, it's just an option, no? There may be some other options. It could be better options na makikita ng DBM and the executive, and we will trust our friends from the executive. Senator Dillon,
just to add,
Yes.
Senator,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, siguro pahabol na lang kay Admin Kakdak, ito bang 9.8 billion, is this the worst case scenario or this is just for the actual scenario?
I would say it's hard to guess whether it's worst case. But rest assured, it's actual scenario. Again, assuming certain factors, Madam Senator. Una, yung 2,000 arrivals a day, and then pangalawa po yung 7 to 9 days duration of stay. And then, of course, we're looking at hopefully the pandemic picture will improve in the coming months. So we are assuming that the current situation applies still at the end of the year.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you, admin.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, before I give the floor to our minority leader, after the minority leader, we'd like to hear 4 OFW groups na hindi ho nakasalita last hearing. So we'll give them the floor after the minority leader. Maikli lang naman po ito, and with the indulgence of our colleagues. We give the floor to Senator Frank Drilon, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On a very important point, from the statements of Administrator Kakdak, it is clear to me that his resistance in sourcing the 9.8 billion from OWA funds is that OWA is because OWA is considered as a trust fund by law. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'm proud to say, with the advent of the Duterte administration, the money in the trust fund increased 300% in terms of money from the trust fund going straightly into the hands of OFWs through livelihood, scholarship, and various programs during the Duterte administration. And we want to keep it that way, Mr. Chair. Money from the trust fund going straight into the hands of OFWs and OFW families through our various programs.
That is a very laudable position that you have taken, and I assume that's also the position taken by your predecessors, because they have always considered the OWA funds as the fund of the oversee of the contributing OFWs. Is that correct? In fact, these are not government funds, technically speaking, because it is sourced from the contributions of our OFWs.
Yes,
and
Mr.
because of that, you have correctly, legally, and policy-wise taken the position that these are trust funds. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, held in trust by our agency for and behalf of our dear OFW members.
Right. Now, notwithstanding this nature of the fund, why does the DBM year in and year out tell you that you source this or that request from the OWA funds? Is this, yeah, that's the question, Mr. Chair. Bakit ganito ang attitude ng DBM kung ito na may sinasabi ng OWA administrator, hindi lang ni Administrator Kakdak, kung hindi yung ibang administrator in the past, na ito po'y trust fund. Bakit naman patuloy na ganito na lang ang posisyon ng DBM? And I am leading to the question, is there anything in your charter which must be strengthened so that this kind of a pressure on you and on your successors will not happen? Because baka naman po pagdating ng panahon, pag iba na ang administrator, mag-iba yung posisyon at ang sasabihin ay ba't pwede ito? Hindi lang ito, hindi po pwede itong gamitin para sa repatriation, pwede po itong gamitin para sa ID, pwede gamitin para sa kung ano-ano, at nawawala yung pag-trust fund. That is why the question that I raised, Mr. Chairman, I am asking for the opinion of the OWA administrator. If there is anything in the law that must be strengthened in order that the nature of the fund as a trust fund will be preserved regardless of who is the administrator and regardless of who is the DBM secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think most of the answers to that question, fortunately, are already in the law, which you had passed in 2016, our Charter of 2016 Republic Act 10801, where it states that Congress and the Office of the President approving the General Appropriations Act for the first time will in effect contribute to the operations of the OWA through personal service expenses as well as MOOE expenses, operational expenses. So the door is open, Mr. Chair, for the Congress to institute a program such as this pandemic program, because we did not have the benefit of predicting the COVID pandemic in 2020, in 2019 or early 2020, Mr. Chair. So it could be the appropriate time to officially institute some sort of a crisis pandemic fund or a similar fund, fund of a similar nature, which Congress and the Office of the President, of course, can institute that can clearly source its funds from the GAA, so that the OWA will be so guided in terms of how to utilize the funds when it comes to an epidemic or a pandemic crisis. Mr. Chair, can I also rush to the defense of the DBM? I will be the first to acknowledge the great help that the DBM rendered to us in 2020, in 2021. The general advice of the DBM in letters with regard to utilization of the funds usually are intergovernment agency coordinative efforts where we are advised and we will respond to the advice and we will sit down, put our heads together and resolve the problem. So we are hoping also, Mr. Chair, that we are in a similar situation. That's why I mentioned we are not losing sleep over this, in a sense that we know that we can always coordinate and reach out to the DBM.
Are in mute, Senator Drilon.
Yes. You may not be losing sleep, Administrator Kakdak, but I can assure you that our OFWs may lose sleep over the situation now. You said that these are trust funds, and you're saying that there is no need to amend the law because the budget provides for operating and operating expenses of the OWA. That's I'm sorry, I regret to tell you that that cannot be the basis of a policy, of a firm policy, that the OWA funds are trust funds. Hindi po pwedeng sabihin mo, binibigyan kami ng pera ng Kongreso para sa aming sweldo at operating expense. Kaya yun, hindi na namin gagalawin at yun po ay trust fund na dahil dyan. Hindi po tama yun. We, for my part, and I'm sure Secretary Nograles, having come from Congress, will agree with this, we must have a substantive law that will expressly protect OWA funds from intrusion by whoever is the administrator, whoever is the government, to preserve the funds for our OFWs. Hindi po pwedeng sabihin mo, ay, total, hindi na kailangan baguhin yung batas. Total, may appropriation kami for operating expenses. That is not correct, Mr. Kakdak. What we should have we should revise the charter, the substantive law, to protect the trust, the nature of the funds. And it is in that regard, it is in that context that I am asking you, as the one on top of this fund, to tell us in Congress, ito po ang kailangan natin para maalagaan natin at mabigyan natin ng proteksyon itong ating pundo, i-preserve natin really for the purpose for which it was intended. Hindi po pwedeng galawin ng kahit sino para po sa iba't ibang direksyon. That is the kind of response I would like to get from you. On the basis of your present OWA charter, is there anything that must be strengthened in order to make sure that whoever is the OWA administrator, whoever is the DBM secretary, they could not touch the OWA funds unless it is for the purpose and for the purpose for which the trust fund was created. Meron ba? Wala.
Well, Mr. Chair, under our current charter, there is an enumeration of social benefit programs whereby we could tap the fund for the purpose. So perhaps in the direction, Mr. Chair, of enumerating in precise terms what kind of program or service can be allocated for the fund. So for instance, Mr. Chair, there could be a pandemic crisis or pandemic repatriation fund in light of COVID that could be institutionalized. And there could be a stipulation in that institutionalized program whereby no part of the OWA funds should be touched. So that's just by way of example, Mr. Chair. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is we can go on a program by program basis and say this program goes to the trust fund and this other program goes to GAA. Perhaps that could help guide and clearly draw the lines, Mr. Chair, for an administrator, for future administrators.
Yeah, okay. I will be would the administrator Kakdak be open to reviewing the SSS charter and see how it can be adapted insofar as the OWA is concerned, so that it really becomes a trust fund in the nature of the Social Security Fund. You talk about social benefits. You today, you do not even provide for a retirement fund for the OFWs. Wala sila dyan, hindi kasama yan. So that is the most important social benefit, hindi po ba? And yet, that is not provided as a program because of the instability of the trust fund insofar as its use is concerned.
Yes,
That's what I am driving at.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I remember a statement by Senator Aimee in hearings past. The OWA is a welfare institution and the fund was built around that premise.
Yes.
We are not a pension fund. And so tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. We're simply not sustainable.
Yes.
If we are to just pin our name as a retirement fund, we will not be sustainable along those
That's
lines.
correct. That is why we should take steps in order that you will be so sustainable and the OFWs can really look at the OWA as the institution that can provide them long-term social benefits. Would you agree with that, sir?
Of course, Mr. Chair. Of course, Mr. Chair. We know, though, that the SSS law had been amended to include OFWs, but of course, we are very open to discussing perhaps the development of the existing fund as a pension fund, Mr. Chair.
I hope you do not resist that.
No, Mr. Chair. Subject, of course, to addressing sustainability issues.
That's correct. That's precisely what we're doing here, to look at the OWA as really a social security system for overseas Filipino workers, and so that it is sustainable in the same manner that the social security system provides for a sustainable social benefit to our members, or to the SSS members in the private sector. We would like to see, and I will submit this as a policy issue to our chairman, that OWA should follow that kind of a setup. Ilang taon na po itong OWA? Mahigit na po sa 40 taon, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Over 40 years. And yet, we have not taken concrete steps to really have a sustainable institution for process of granting social benefits to our overseas workers. And that's what I'm leading to. I repeat, 40 years of existence. Hanggang ngayon, it is still vulnerable to request for funding for contingencies like the pandemic today. Today, pandemic, tomorrow, we do not know what. But yearly ba nangyayari? And the pressure to use OWA funds for purposes other than what it was originally designed for would always be present. And that is why probably it's time that we look at this, Mr. Chair, and I'm willing to submit a proposal to the committee for purposes of examination and adoption by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Drilon. We appreciate your efforts and thoughts about this, and this representation totally agree with you. It's about time, and now that we are discussing this possible creation of the Department of Filipino Overseas, the more that we have to do something in order to ensure that we protect these welfare funds. We laud the efforts of OWA. We laud the efforts of the past OWA administrators, even especially the current Administrator Hans. The 300% increase in the funds, hindi naman ho biro yan, talagang pinaghirapan ho nila yan at inalagaan ng husto. Kaya naman gusto rin natin na masiguro na maprotektahan ito ng husto. And we don't want to hear another suggestion coming from whoever, no? And kanina as we all reacted doon sa pagbasa ni Admin Hans doon sa suggestion ng DBM to top OWA fund. So ito yung mga gusto nating iwasan, and we fully the statements of our minority floor leader. At this juncture, with the indulgence of everyone, no, we have been and I'm sorry, we have been waiting. They have been waiting for quite a long time. We'd like to give the floor to Miss Gemma Soto of the United Filipino Global. Ma'am, you are recognized, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the senators and our government officials. My name is Gemma Soto, United Filipino Global, New York. The Filipino people made excellent institutions and appoint the most capable servants. That doesn't mean we should not do better. That doesn't mean we cannot do more. Because today, those that are against the Doffel Bill averted their eyes from our cries, deaf to our demands, because today we are knocking on your doors, asking you to change your position, asking you to help us. So thank you for letting us voices into this hallowed halls. And we are here to say we need a one-stop shop for OFWs. We need our own department. DOLE, PUEA, OWA, TESDA are great. These institutions and the people who head them excel at the functions to which they are primarily designed. That is, to balance the interests of Filipinos and create jobs in the Philippines. However, these institutions are not particularly designed in terms of authority, budget, staffing, and procedure to better address the concerns of Filipinos overseas. So what we have now is the best public servants fettered by incoherent laws. Gusto man nilang tumulong pero limitado sa batas. The institutions and the intentions of the people working in them are not the problem. The law is, and only the houses of Congress can fix this. The lack of centralized authority shows in our treatment of remittances and lack of harmonization in policy and service provision. First, OFW remittances amounted to $33.2 billion in 2020 alone. That is 1.6 trillion pesos. We don't have a single institution capable of authorizing and mandating that OFW remittances have to go through the central bank. So the Filipino people lose out on the benefit of being able to invest that money through our banking system, to funnel it and create scholarships to our children, fund benefits to our OFWs, retirement funds for our OFWs, none of that. Second, policy harmonization and service provision. People do not understand how colossal an effort it was to bring people home and how big an effort it took to facilitate the return to their countries of employment. A large part of this difficulty is the number of institutions that have to coordinate to the issues faced by incoming and outgoing OFWs, DFA, DOH, POEA, and the Bureau of Immigration, just to mention a few. We understand that some of you are of the opinion that the status quo is already sufficient. Please hear us when we say we deserve a better system, a single department accountable to address our concerns and issues as well as our families. A one-stop shop for all government services made available to Filipinos abroad at isang departamento na may tunay na malasakit sa aming mga OFWs na tinatawag nating bagong bayani. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Gemma, for being with us and sharing your thoughts. And I was told that you are in New York right now. Thank you very much for your sacrifices. And we feel that today is the day that the Lord has made. Hopefully, we'll be able to finish everything today and we'll be able to report this out in the plenary soon. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am, in regards. We give the floor now to the representative from Filipino Migrant Workers, OFW Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. June Aguilar. Sir June Aguilar, you are recognized. Mr. June Aguilar, are you online? If June Aguilar is not online yet, we will give the floor to Mr. Gilbert Alarcon. Is Mr. Gilbert Alarcon here? He is from Values Formation and Spiritual Transformation Council, Philippines International Incorporated. Mr. Gilbert Alarcon, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Of course, I can see familiar faces. Hindi nga lang po lahat. Of course, kayo mismo, Senator Joel Villanueva. Admin Hans Katda, kumusta po? Yusek Sara Lu Ariola, kumusta po ma'am? Gilbert po here. Sec Dubs Mamao, I hope you still remember me, sir. And Ma'am Gemma Soto, of course. Well, the creation of Department of Overseas Filipino DOFIL ay mainit na issue po ngayon. Ano po? Of course, we appreciate the government's effort on OFW repats, particularly here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I myself have personally witnessed some of them here in Riyadh and in Dammam at the Eastern Province. And I would say, I'm really overwhelmed every time na nakikita ko ang mga kababayan natin na being sent out of the burdens at makakauwi sa Pilipinas. Thank you very much sa lahat po ng government agencies, OFW-related government agencies po para dito. Of course, concern din po namin yung reintegration, binanggit po nyo, Senator Villanueva kanina, yung employment facilitation, medical, livelihood assistance, etc. etc. It's so good to hear na meron naman po ng mga existing para dito. Bagamat napansin ko po sa iba-ibang mga department, again, ano po, I won't elaborate on that anymore. So in my humble opinion and limited understanding po, we as OFW simply need, katulad ng binanggit ni Ma'am Gemma, the creation of Department of Overseas Filipinos to ease up our burden, especially of having to deal with different OFW-related government agencies every time na umuwi kami sa Pilipinas at kailangan namin may ayusin po sa aming mga status. So it will be a great comfort for us to be going in one place only where all these agencies are housed under one roof. Moreover, I also hope and pray that the creation of DOFIL will pave the way to a better, and may I repeat, better functional dealings, government dealings with our problems na for decades ay paulit-ulit na lang po at pabalik-balik. I myself is an OFW advocate for over 2 decades na involved in the collaboration with the Embassy and Polo here in KSA concerning or involving distress cases. So I am in ground zero and I have a first-hand accounts of distressed OFW cases. So having said that, our only consolation is the creation of DOFIL so that we can proudly say na mayroon din kaming sariling bahay. So, yun lang po ang sa akin, hindi ko na po pakakahabaan. Again, I would like to thank lahat po ng mga mga agencies, government agencies na involved sa OFWs. And we are really hoping for the betterment ng aming sector sa pamamagitan ng creation nitong DOFIL. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
Thank you very much, Sir Gilbert Alarcon. Maraming salamat po. We give the floor now to Mr. Apollo Madriaga, the representative of Batanggenyo ng Saudi Arabia. Sir, hindi ko alam kung anong greeting ko, kung magandang tanghali o hapon o gabi. But thank you for being with us, sir. You have the floor, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Ay, magandang umaga po. Magandang salamat po, Mr. Chairman at Senator Joel Villanueva. So isang mainit na pagbati po mula sa samahan ng Batanggenyo ng Saudi Arabia. Isama ko na rin po ang mga kasamahan ko sa Kapitenyos kasi miyembro din po ako ng Kapitenyos, mga taga-Quezon, sa OFW Rally at ang Alliance of OFW. Sa ating mga pinagpipitagang senador, mga tagapagsalita at kapwa ko OFW, magandang araw po. Una po sa lahat, maraming salamat po sa opisina ni Senator Ronald De La Rosa at Senator Joel Villanueva para sa pagkakataon na ito na ibinigay niyo sa amin at mapakinggan. Ang pagsusulong ng bagong kagawaran ng manggagawang Pilipino sa ibayong dagat o DOFIL ika nga o Department of OFW ang alam namin ay naaayon sa isang layunin ng milyong OFWs na magkaroon ng isang bahay o bubong na may iisang akda at pananagutan para isulong ang karapatan at kapakanan ng bawat isa sa amin. Ito ang nararapat at napapanahon upang linisin ang mga tinatawag na redundancy and duplicate of functions na kasalukuyang nararanasan namin sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Kasama na rito ang PUA, NLRC, ILAB, OWA, NRCO, POLO, DFA, OMOA at saka CFO. At ang bawat sangay ng mga ito ay may kanya-kanyang administrative controls. Kaya kami po sa hanay ng mga OFWs na nasa labas ng bansa, particularly po kami na Saudi Arabia, sa Dammam, kasama ng mga dating OFW na bumalik na ay nananawagan sa ating mga mambabatas sa mahal naming senador na ituloy ang mga ganitong pagdinig hanggang sa makamit natin ang tunay na dahilan kung bakit po nais namin magkaroon ng sariling bahay o kagawaran. Madalas tinatanong niyo po kami kung anong dahilan kung bakit gusto namin. So ito po ay upang maibalik ang kumpiyansa at tiwala sa gobyerno at lalong mapaganda pa ang mga nangyayari at para paganda pa ang mga nangyayari sa mga post sa Middle East. Noon, pag sinabing ikaw ay OFW at nasa peligro ang buhay mo, hanapin mo lang ang watawat ng Pilipinas, pumunta ka roon, pumasok ka at ikaw ay ligtas na. Pero may pagkakataon ng ating mga kababayan nasa loob na ng shelter, nasa loob na ng polo o embassy, may pagkakataon na itino-turn over pa ito sa kanilang employer. Bakit? Ang tanong namin bakit? Bakit mas pinapaniwalaan pa itong employer na hindi nagpapasahod? Kulang ang sahod ng bubugbog, nagmamaltrato, lalo na kung rape, at sasabihin na wag nang ilaban kasi mahirap hanapan ng ebidensya. So, laging ang tanong namin bakit po? So, isang multiple contract given to OFWs. Tama po ba na marinig ng sa isang taong gobyerno na hayaan mo na lang, wag mo nang intindihin, isa lang ang nasa system ng PUEA. Humingi ng tulong ang walang laban ng OFW dahil ang substituted contract ang aktwal na sinusunod ng employer. Overwork, overtime, underpaid, maraming kaltas. Sa huli, pag nagreklamo si OFW, gagawaan ng isang kasalanang hindi niya gawa. Particularly, pag nanakaw, gagawa ng isang issue at si kababayan na walang kalaban-laban sa kulungan ang kinahantungan. So marami pong ganitong kwento. Ang away ng Kaupaw OFW, may mga OFW nagpunta sa polo para ipatawag, nagpunta sa polo para mag-complain pero nagbigay ng advice ang isang polo official na pumunta sa Saudi Police at mag-file ng kaso. Ngayon, inabot ng taon, walang trabaho, hindi na nakapag-aral ang mga anak, hindi na alam kung paano makakauwi. So ano po ang nangyari na, ano po ang ginagawa ng PUA at ng ating DFA. So human trafficking, nangyayari sa malalayong probinsya sa Mindanao. Tipong pinabili lang sa tindahan, naging OFW na gamit ang ibang pangalan. Ano ang ginagawa ng DFA? Bakit nabibigyan ng pasaporte ang mga ganitong OFW o mga kabataan? Willing victims. Hindi po kami naniniwala sa kasabihan na ito dahil sa una pa lang, wala namang recruiter na magsasabi na pwede silang bugbugin, pwede silang hindi pasahurin, pwede silang ma-rape o mamaltrato sa ibang bansa. Pupunta sila sa ibang bansa para kumita para sa pamilya. Kaya paano mo mapapaniwalaan si employer na kagustuhan ni OFW na ipatago sa employer ang sahod niya? So may mga ganitong sitwasyon po. So kami po ay nananawagan sa ating mga mahal na senador na kasama sa hearing na ito. Handa po kami mga OFW na makipag-ugnayan sa inyo sa isang pagkakataon via Zoom meeting na upang mailatag at malaman ninyo ang totoong nararanasan at kalagayan ng OFW sa ngayon dito sa Middle East. So marami pong salamat sa pagkakataon. Sa ngalan po ng Batanggenyo ng Saudi Arabia, magandang araw po sa inyo lahat.
Maraming salamat, Sir Apollo, and we share your sentiments, and we want you to know that we are here and ready to listen. In fact, last week, I had a chance to speak doon sa Middle East region. I think mga 18, 19 sites po sila, and we will continue to consult with our OFWs, and please bear in mind ho that you feel free to give us your position paper as we tackle this measure. We wanted sana to hopefully by today we'll be able to finish everything, and sa technical working group we can continue consulting our different OFW groups. At this juncture, let me just give the floor if we have here with us now Mr. Jun Aguilar of the Filipino Migrant Workers OFW Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir Jun Aguilar, are you around? Wala po talaga. Anyway, let's before we move dun sa reintegration, no, siguro tanungin ko lang po itong DOLE, DFA, and OWA, yung last issue that I'd like to raise, yung overall assessment po natin sa repatriation. At present po ba, yung annual number of repatriation of OFWs compared to the number of OFWs with the completed contracts, ano po yung status nito if we have that data? In short, we wanted to find out ano yung repatriation rate, and so what does it tell you? Is a high repatriation rate an indication of wrong policies with regard to the deployment of OFWs, especially to countries where there is a very little protection for Filipino workers? Paano po ba ito? Has there been any study or ano po yung evaluation po ninyo in the past dito sa repatriation natin, repatriation cost vis-a-vis the economic gain from overseas employment? We can hear from DOLE, DFA, or OWA. Anyone? Yes, Yusek Sara, please.
Sir, good afternoon. We just want to report, Your Honor, with the status first of our funds for repatriation. The 1 billion fund of DFA for ATN we still have 983.6 million that is untouched as of now. And for the Bayanihan 2, we still have a remaining 279.1 million pesos. There was a significant reduction, Your Honor, for those people asking for repatriation since January. That's why we were thinking, I think that's even as early as December, that's why we still have a lot left from Bayanihan 2, which is the COVID Response Fund. I think it's worth noting, Your Honor, that there are a lot of changes that are happening also now because in the Middle East, for labor reform is in last March 14, the Saudi Arabia began their labor reform initiative, which already abolishes the use of exit visas for certain categories, which is a good news also for the Middle East. And we see, Your Honor, because there are some countries already that are fast vaccinating, particularly the Middle East, Your Honor. So economies might soon open up. Particularly, for example, Israel has more than 86% vaccination rate. And I think UAE is also second in the world. They're very fast, although, and also the rest, Bahrain, Qatar, and the rest of the states in the Middle East. But Your Honor, we stand ready to help. But as mentioned by Admin Hans a while ago, we also foresee that it might not be proper at a certain time that the OWA funds or OWA funds the quarantine of OFWs who are coming home for vacation, because that has been now a concern of many OFWs who are messaging us when the numbers of returning OFWs was limited because they said they already bought their tickets for vacation. We also flagged that overseas Filipinos who are not OFWs, they have to pay for their own because they're coming home for vacation or for good. But we leave it, of course, to the policymakers to make that decision. But so far, Your Honor, DFA has the funds and has the resources for the rest of the year to be able to respond to whatever calamity that we would face, may it be man-made or due to COVID-19. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. If can we ask from Dole or OWA with regard dun po sa question natin on evaluation ng ating overall repatriation program. Perhaps a good question would be sa 10 OFW na nagpunta sa ibang bansa, ilan ba yung nire-repatriate? O sa 100, ilan din yung nakakakumpleto ng kanilang kontrata? Is there anyone, maybe OWA or POEA can answer that?
Mr. Chair, if the question is an overall assessment of the repatriation program, then I would say that the repatriation program has been a clear directive of the President right from the start. And given the limitations thrown at us by the pandemic, by the health crisis, the labor problems, then I would say that the interagency effort, it's not just OWA, Dole OWA alone, Mr. Chair, but an interagency effort under the National Task Force chaired by Sec Charlie Galvez has done its duty in terms of returning the 481,112 OFWs who have returned. I just do not have the precise data, Mr. Chair, as to whether or not those who indeed wanted to come home really managed to come home. That data could be a little more difficult to derive. But rest assured, it's an ongoing process. One who still wants to come home will still have an opportunity, Mr. Chair, to come home. We are still banded together as a government interagency effort, the NTF, to bring everybody who wants to come home home. So I would say, Mr. Chair, it's a work in progress that we still really need to bring home as many OFWs as we can throughout this pandemic.
Okay, thank you. I think yung fiscal space to sustain this government-funded repatriation program, gusto nating maintindihan ng gusto para sa pagbuo natin ng bagong bahay nitong DOFIL, alam na natin yung lessons have learned and sana ma-share nyo sa atin ng DFA ng Dole. Someone is raising his hand. Sir, yes, I can see you but I'm sorry I don't have your name. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Attorney Gorecha, sir, from Sapalo, Velas, Bunabulina ng National Security Day. Actually, Your Honor, in relation to the statement of Admin Kakdak on the repatriation of seafarers, under their contractual obligation kasi meron tayong tinatawag na jointly and solidary liability, yung mga seafarers sa pagbalik dito and the employer. Yung employer as represented by the manning agencies. And nababalik sila dito first pag natapos yung kontrata or pag nagkasakit, yung iba namatay, tas bumabalik din sila before matapos yung kontrata kung ma-shipwreck yan, mabenta yung barko or mag-change ng principal. Tas or voluntary repatriation nila. Ang madalas nagiging question kasi na nilalapit namin sa mga government agencies ay kapag na-abandon yung mga seafarers natin, yung hindi binabalik dito ng kanilang principal kasi nagiging dahilan ay wala ng pera or ganyan. So I think ang lagi kasing tinatanong namin kasi dyan ay sino ba talaga maglilipat yan? And marami akong coordination na ginagawa through the agencies, lalo na sa DFA kasi nga I work hand in hand kay Attorney Foss sa mga seafarers natin pag may problema ng ganyan, and yung kay Attorney Kapdak. So sir, ang ano namin kasi ngayon with respect to repatriation, I think dapat lang kasi i-emphasize natin yung joint and solidary liability ng mga employers nila sa pagbabalik ng mga ating seafarers kahit na anong situation. Para hindi ho natin masyadong ma-replete yung fund, OWA fund for repatriation. I think re-strengthen lang yung ganong legal principle.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Before we leave that particular issue, important talaga na someone is looking at the overall repatriation rate. Yung repatriation relates to the return of our overseas Filipinos in distress. Ayaw naman po natin na laging tayong nagpapalabas ng OFWs tapos i-repatriate lagi dahil inaabuso din, etc. Yeah, before we move forward, we recognize Senator Frank Drilon before we go to integration. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think as a matter of policy, the national government, through the General Appropriations Act, should answer for the repatriation of our OFWs as a rule, because this is a small favor that we can do for all the contributions of our overseas Filipino workers. Just like the assistance to national's budget, where we provide for a government budget to the DFA for the repatriation of our residents abroad for these needs, we should provide in the budget funds for the repatriation of our OFWs and not touch the OWA fund for this purpose, because it is like a slippery slope. If you allow repatriation expenses to be charged to OWA, what is next? Down the line, you wouldn't know where to stop. And the desired concept of having OWA operate like as a real social security program will never be achieved, because you will keep on looking at OWA for expenses and which are necessary, but which should be responded to by the national government, Mr. President. That's our position. And maybe just while I have the floor, can we ask Administrator Pakdak, what is the total assets of the OWA? You mentioned 18 billion, that's a cash asset, but I assume there are other assets. How much is the total assets of OWA, if I may ask for the record?
Mr. Chair, in terms of assets other than cash, we will be around in the neighborhood of around 21 to 22 billion, Mr. Chair.
So
we don't have much real estate properties. When I say this, I mean in the regions. We are still leasing some of our offices. But it will be in the neighborhood of around 22 billion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That's all that I'm looking for. The total assets of OWA is about 22 billion. And I agree with Administrator Kakdak. Kailangan ingatan natin ito. Hindi natin pera ito eh. Pera ito ng ating mga manggagawa. And that is why there is always a internal conflict, as far as I know, as to whether you can use the OWA funds for non-contributors. And that was a policy issue that is always a source of the debate. I'm glad now that as a matter of policy, we have the assistance to nationals, and in theory, that is the source of the funds for OFWs who has not made any contribution to the OWA. But that only validates the proposition that insofar as repatriation is concerned, this should be the obligation, and a valid obligation, of the national government, of the people through the General Appropriations Act, and OWA should not be burdened by such expenses. So it is in this regard that we earlier brought up the idea of looking at OWA as a permanent social security benefit fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Drilon. I cannot agree more. And important talaga na pagtuunan natin pansin yung protection of OWA funds. And itong repatriation efforts nila, syempre alam din naman natin yung situation because of the emergency. Talagang nag-step up sila, walk the extra mile, ika nga. But siguro as a matter of policy talagang we make sure that GAA would provide for that. No? Before we move forward dun sa integration, and we give the floor to Admin Kakdak to represent, I think he's going to represent NRCO. I would just like to acknowledge our good friend, Ms. Toots Ople. Ma'am, you have the floor, please. You are in a mute mode, ma'am. Okay, there. We can hear you now. Please proceed.
I have a question lang po, and this is usually asked during forums about DOFIL. And this is a concern then not only of the OFWs that we at the Office Center have spoken to, but also the recruitment agencies. I was wondering if the executive branch have do they have a specific model in mind para po i-replace on-site yung current setup na may polo, may well-off, may ATN officer. Once this law is passed, yung OFWs natin, especially in the Middle East po, and given this pandemic, kasi pag napasa po ito within the year, 6 months yung transition, pasok pa rin po sa pandemic. Meron po bang model na pag-usapan po ba ng CFO, DFA, DOLE, kung ano po ang magiging DOFIL on-site na structure and services, and paano ito nagkaiba sa current setup? Yun lang po, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan. If there's anyone who can respond to that question. Actually, we raised that question last hearing. No, we talk about the model, the Sri Lankan model, the Malaysian model, etc. Is there anyone who would like to answer that question? Yes, Secretary Mamao, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator Villanueva, and the other members of the Senate who are here in this discussion, Honorable Senator Drilon, Honorable Senator Tolentino, Honorable Senator Binay. Good afternoon. I'm interested of participating in this discussion specifically on the point raised by our friend Tosh Opley And this is something to do with the existing departments that handle all this in the different embassies of our government. I do believe that there will be a different kind of setup in order to perform the functions and responsibilities of the new department. In my mind, there has got to be a discussion on this, considering that this might not be the meeting that will be held. I do believe that this is very important because the functions of this department can be strengthened if the officers of this department will be commissioned as consular officers. Right now, they cannot. The Libertas is assigned, and the other officers of the Polo in the different embassies of our government cannot perform effectively the job to be assigned to them because they don't have the consular function. In the last meeting of this committee, it was pointed out by Undersecretary Ariola about the Vienna Convention of 1961. We have to emphasize that there are two conventions actually, the Vienna Convention of 1961 and the Vienna Convention of 1963. 1961 was the one mentioned by Undersecretary Ariola, and that has something to do with the diplomatic functions of our embassies in the different posts. But she did not discuss about the 1963 Vienna Convention, where the consular functions of our different embassies are enunciated. And to me, in order for this department to be effective in the performance of their responsibilities, the officers to be appointed will not be liberatasis anymore. They have to be appointed as consular officers. Although they are not under the Department of Foreign Affairs, there is no prohibition under the law for a non-officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs to be appointed as consular officers, because that is the only way for this department to effectively perform their responsibilities. Because if they are performing as as liberatasis, the Department of Foreign Affairs will still be doing the same kind of thing. So the only way to separate the functions and responsibilities of the Department of Labor, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and this new department will have to be an appointment, sort of creating positions of consular officers under this new department to be commissioned by our Philippine government and then subject to the approval of the receiving states. Because if that will not be done, the officers of this new department cannot perform effectively the role and responsibilities assigned to them. Because the function as consular officers is the one being exercised now by the Department of Foreign Affairs. We are talking about two functions. Assistant to nationals, which is the function of the Department of Foreign Affairs. The promotion, labor international migration, that is the responsibility of the Department of Labor. Now with the creation of this department, this will have to be performed by this new department. So this new department can be effective in performing the responsibilities assigned to it if the officers to be assigned in the different posts will be commissioned as consular officers and not as liberatasis.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mamao. And I think to add to that, it's not just the Polo and the assistants to national that will be synchronized in one office, including the social welfare attaché of DSWD. I don't know if the questions raised by our good friend Toots Ople was answered in such a way that if Toots is satisfied with the answer, because I'm still thinking about the different models that we talk about, remember, you have the Indian model wherein they assign their DFA, the Ministry of Overseas Employment, to take care of their nationals, no? Yung Sri Lankan model naman, yung POEA, ginawa nilang Ministry of Foreign Employment. Yung sa Nepal model naman, yung DOLE nila, yung nag-handle ng buong overseas workers nila. So we give
Mr.
back the
Chairman?
word to Toots, and then yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you'll be next after Toots Ople, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Mamao, for your intervention. Ang request ko na lang po, Mr. Chair, if the members of the different agencies, especially the FA and DOLE and CFO, can come together and just give us a template of how this new department will be operating overseas. Kasi ang pinakamalaking impact po nito sa hindi lang din sa OFWs natin, kundi sa foreign employers nila, yung foreign recruitment agencies, and before we go into a TWG, sana meron po silang ma-present, especially dun din po sa point of view ng POEA, kasi we know the labor at the contract signed and approved by the POEA overseas. So, yun lang po, I just want to drive home the point na sana may specific yung mga models, yung functions, yung structures. Kasi kung titingnan nyo po yung nakasalang na batas ngayon, maraming abstract pa. So, yun lang po, sir. And maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Kabayan. And, we'll look into it. In fact, we're just waiting for Cabsec Nograles to perhaps enlighten us, no? Because we have been raising this particular issue for quite some time. We give the floor to Director Eileen before we go to our next topic, which is reintegration. Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Nancy ba yan?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Wala lang video.
Ay, wala ba akong
Yes,
video?
Senator Nancy, yes, please.
Yes. Question lang, Mr. Chairman. I think this was a topic last hearing, di ba? Itong set
Exactly,
up sa post, di ba? Hindi, just for clarification, pagdating naman whether it's the Indian model or the Sri Lankan model, pagdating naman dun sa post, at the end of the day, it's still the ambassador yung magtitimon dun sa DOFIL. Tama po ba, Mr. Chairman? And the ambassador would remain to be under the DFA. Hindi ba, Mr. Chairman?
I don't think yung word na magtitimon for DOFIL would be the ambassador. It would definitely be the Secretary of the Department of Filipino
Hindi.
Overseas. But
Hindi,
in
pero
the
Mr. Chairman,
embassy itself,
yes, in the embassy, kumbaga yung the way it will work dun sa embassy natin, it's still the ambassador who would head everybody, including yung personnel ng DOFIL. And the ambassador is under the DFA.
yes, in the host country, yes, the ambassador would have the character to represent the country. Yes.
And that set up, kasi baka magkaroon ng, ano ba yan? Maling pag-aakala na pag na-create yung DOFIL, sila na yung, kumbaga, magiging lead sa embassy natin. That will not be the case. That will never be the case. It will still be the ambassador.
Yes, I think
Tama
that's
po ba, Mr.
clear.
Chairman?
Yes, I think that's clear, and Asek Foss is also nodding his head. Can we give the floor to Director Eileen, and then so we can move forward, because after almost 4 hours, we're still in the first topic. Yes, Director Eileen, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. The phenomenon of labor migration necessitated the beefing up of our foreign service offices overseas. This paved the way for the establishment of polos, which act as the operating arm of DOLE for the administration and enforcement of its policies and programs applicable to the OFWs. Currently, we have 39 polos globally, mostly in Asia, where we have more than 4.5 million Filipinos on work visas. The polo operates under the one country team approach under the leadership of the ambassador. The operationalization of OCTA was further enhanced in 2015 by the adoption of the Joint Manual of Operations in providing assistance to migrant workers and other Filipinos overseas, signed by the heads of the following offices: the DFA, the DOLE, Department of Health, DSWD, OWA, and POEA. The Joint Manual unburdens the distressed OFW of determining which office to approach when in need of assistance overseas. Isa lang po dapat ang tatawagan o pupuntahan at proactively gagalaw yung request niya. As regards repatriation assistance for distressed OFWs, this may take a long process. The availability of ticket is perhaps the last step required. Prior to that, a lot of negotiations and facilitation take place between the migrant and the employers, the foreign recruiters and the local recruiters, and also coordination with immigration officials in destination and in Manila, and with POEA, OWA, and DFA back home. Much of the work on site is lodged at the polos. Again, the work includes negotiations with employers to ensure that our OFWs receive their wages and other earned benefits prior to repatriation, exit visas, no objection certificates. You will recall that in some instances, even if the family already purchased the tickets, hindi pa rin po makauwi yung kanilang mga OFW families. It was possible because especially in countries with the kafala system in place. Rescue from abusive employers, the briefing and filing of cases against employers are some of these tasks. Again, in our opinion, the best office to handle this is an office that must be directly linked to the DOLE and not to be detached from it. Can we consider beefing up our polos rather than dissolve them? As regards reintegration, when our OFWs are back in the country and wanted to consider staying for good, all the more that no single department can respond to the needs of our repatriated OFWs for reintegration programs and services. We believe that the whole of government national approach, national and local, must be the approach here. Specifically, this means that our repatriated OFWs should not only look at OWA and the NRCO, but all other agencies of government, including for skills training like TESDA, DA, DAR, DOST, DTI, DOLE, of course, CHED, DILG, and including our pesos and the private sector. But there is a need to take stock of skills of our OFWs prior and post-migration. As you may know, a lot of our OFWs are in low-skilled, semi-skilled, low-wage jobs abroad, but if you take an inventory of the various skills they possess, they actually have a lot. And for some of them, they may have acquired assets and other properties like lands to cultivate that they can live on given appropriate support from government. In closing, again, we strongly recommend that we can take the side of caution in instituting a major overhaul of our migration governance. There should be a compelling reason for us to do that. Let us find that compelling reason then. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much. We have with us, who's back with us, si Gabsec Nograles, no? And I think we'll give the floor to him, unless Yusek Fos, you wanted to say something before we give the floor to Gabsec.
Sige.
Yes.
Yes po, Senator and Mr. Chair. Let's just like to point out three things, maybe 3 or 4 things. One, I agree fully with Senator Binay that the principle of one country team approach would still be in effect regardless of the creation of the DOFIL. Isang bansa pa rin tayo, isang team pa rin tayo, natutulong po doon. At ang pangulo po ng team na to sa embassy ay ang ambassador or ang consul general. Regardless po kung may DOFIL man o wala. Pangalawa, repatriation, as correctly stated by Ms. Ellen, is not simply providing for ticket. Repatriation is not simply provision of ticket. A more important thing is, especially in the Middle East, is getting the exit visa and getting the no objection certificate. Yun yung mas mahirap po. At kailangan po yan pagtulungan. Maybe it's the work of the ATN officers, maybe it's the work of POLO officers. Lastly po, let's just distinguish between absolute immunity and functional immunity. Kasi wala po sa consuls, ang designation ng consul at attaché, pareho po na may immunities and privileges. Depende doon sa functions na binigay po natin under the Vienna Conventions on Consular Relations. So it doesn't matter in terms of our worker effectiveness kung ang designation mo ay attaché. Ang problema lang po natin dito is that under the conventions and international practice po natin, may designation na consul are reserved for those coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lahat po yan. Ang konsepto po natin pagdating po sa embahada, lahat po yan ng mga ahensya, SWA, no, yung Social Welfare Attaché, yung POLO, yung Labor Attaché, yung Welfare Attaché, sama-sama po sila dyan. Kaya po yung concept ng amalgamation is not only an amalgamation of budget, but also an amalgamation of offices and mandates. So sama-sama po sila sa isang opisina po, sa isang bahay. Kung anong konsepto po dito sa Pilipinas, paglalagay po sila sa isang bahay, I think it's the same concept that will be applied at the embassy. Yun din po yun. Kung anong forma po noon, depende po doon sa sitwasyon. Kaya po sasagot po doon sa tanong ni Ma'am Toots Ople, pagsasamahin po lahat yan. Kung ang designation mo, either labor attaché or welfare attaché man yan, pag-usapan natin later on. Basta ang konsepto, sama-sama tayo dyan, bibigyan po kayo ng functional immunities lahat po. Dahil ipaparecognize po natin yan sa host government. Yun lang po, Senator, Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Asek. No? And I think it's important to note na if you say yung sama-sama, hindi naman kunyari yung ATN official, siya na bigla yung magiging labor attaché, hindi ba? Hindi naman ganun yun. So yung technical expertise ng ating labor attaché would remain with him and pagsasamahin sa isang opisina lang. Let me give the floor to Cabinet Secretary Nograles, sir, if you want to butt in. Thank you.
Sensya na, Chair, no? Because our IATF meeting is at 2 p.m. So I had a back and forth.
Sorry also, yeah, we will
singit yung pinag-usapan natin kanina. So I confess I wasn't able to follow the discussion. If the question can be repeated, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the discussion revolves around the particular model that we will be using in this creation of the Department of Filipino Overseas. Indian model was mentioned na yung DFA, ginawa nilang Ministry of Overseas Employment. Yung Sri Lanka, yung POEA nila, naging Ministry of Foreign Employment. Yung Nepal naman, yung Labor Department nila, nag-iisang nag-handle nitong kanilang mga overseas workers. In this particular case, the question was asked kanina by our good friend Toots Ople, anong klase bang model yung gagamitin natin? Nagkausap na ba, nagkasundo na ba ang iba't ibang departamento? For example, ang DOLE, ang DFA at DSWD doon sa isang particular issue na pagsasamahin itong ATN, itong Social Welfare Attaché at itong mga polos natin. And ano yung magiging itsura ng kanilang operation overseas?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, ilang meetings na rin yan na nag-uusap-usap ang lahat. That was facilitated by my office, the PLLO, and the office ni ES para magkasundo dito sa final version that final ngayon ni Senator Bongo. And that takes into consideration lahat ng mga inputs ng lahat ng ating mga different agencies, no? So there were a series, alam niyo naman, it went through a series of meetings. So kaya minabuti ni Senator Bongo to file that particular version. So yun na yung pinaka-final version, Mr. Chair. And that is the one that is being also certified as very important by the President.
Nawawala ako. Yes, any other sino yung nagre-raise ng hand kanina? Yes, sir. I don't have the names. Sorry, I don't have the names.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Nilim
Yes,
Verma
please.
from the International Labour Organization. Since the discussion is around structures for labor migration administration in other countries in Asia, let me share a little bit of information on this. First of all ASEAN countries place labor migration administration within the ministries of labor, thereby providing ASEAN-wide coherence on this matter. In South Asia, the practice varies. In Nepal and Pakistan, overseas employment falls under the purview of the ministries of labor. In Bangladesh, the ministry mandated for overseeing international labor migration is called the Ministry for Expatriates, Welfare and Overseas Employment. So in other words, a separate ministry for international labor migration. In India, since 2016, the Ministry of External Affairs is the ministry mandated to oversee labor migration. The Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs was converted to become a department under the Ministry of External Affairs. Before the creation of the Overseas Affairs Ministry in 2004, the Protector General of Emigrants was under the Ministry of Labor. Sri Lanka has also had multiple changes since a move from the Ministry of Labor, and currently labor migration falls with the State Ministry of Foreign Employment Promotion and Market Diversification. This state ministry falls under the Ministry of Labor, and so Sri Lanka has gone the full circle. One point I would like to make is that even when there are changes at the higher level, vis-a-vis where labor migration is placed in a ministry, but the operational structures have remained. So for example, the Protector General of Emigrants in India, which is responsible for the regulation of recruitment, it has been under the Ministry of Labor, it has been under the new Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, and now it is under the Ministry of External Affairs. So this structure has remained constant. Similarly, with regards to Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan Bureau of Foreign Employment, which provides support services to migrant workers, this has remained constant, although moving under different ministries. And therefore, in the bill 1949, I think it is good that POEA and OA is attached to the new department, if this new department is to be created, because then the institutional expertise and experience of POEA and OA will be preserved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Toots Ople, Ma'am Toots, you're recognized.
Yes po, and I'm glad that Kabsec Nograles is also back with us. Yung question ko po kanina is really operational, ano, because we all know na yung audience po ng law na ipapasa nyo, ang coverage niyan will also affect our foreign employers and yung foreign recruitment agencies, and I'm sure they would like to see specific operational and structural details dun po mismo sa law na na ine-envision natin for our OFWs. And I think it's lacking. I've read the entire bill and I've read even some other bills. And I think kulang po talaga kung yung sinabi po ni ASEC FOS can be written in a very clear manner and included in the bill and discussed in the TWG, I think that would be very helpful and reassuring. Ngayon po kasi parang nakalutang and yung presidential advisor natin on OFW affairs and DFA have spoken. I have yet to hear yung okay ba yan sa POEA, okay ba yan sa DOLE. I guess yung finer details po kung paano sila pagsamahin, ano yung functions, paano to makakatulong talaga on-site. Pagpunta ng isang OFW na may contract violation, sino ang pupuntahan niya doon? Ilan? Madadagdagan ba sila? Kung pupunta ang isang OFW na ang problema naman ay repatriation, paano po? How would that work? Sana sa letter po ng bill or law itself, malinaw na. So kung ang ma-appoint man na next secretary or the new secretary, hindi na mangangapa kasi mahirap din yung turfing kung sino ilalagay sa mga positions na yan. And ang alam ko, ang labor attaché ngayon, consul din ang or at least yung rank niya in terms of salary, parang consul na rin eh. So how would that work? Yun lang po yung yun lang po yung concern ko. How would that work and for the foreign employees, we shouldn't lose labor markets because of this. Yun lang po, sir.
Thank you, Kabsek. You want to please?
Yeah, I think kaya nga from the secretary, makita nyo may mga undersecretaries, di ba? And then the undersecretary, like for foreign employment, we have an undersecretary for foreign employment. Then you have an undersecretary for assistance to overseas Filipinos in distress. And then there's the undersecretary for admin and finance. So basically, under that structure, alam mo na nasa department, meron kang mga undersecretaries, just like in any department, who is concentrated on those particular concerns na naka-spell out naman kung ano yung kanilang and Ma'am Toots Ople, Mr. Chair, we're di ba? Ang reference point natin is I think 1949. Yeah, Senate Bill 1949. Baka kasi ano bang version yung tinitingnan ni Ma'am Toots?
Same po, same.
There.
Same. It's not included yung operational procedures, no? Yun yung gusto nating marinig sana as a presentation of the executive.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Nancy?
Tatanong ko lang kay Capsec Carlo, was there a modeling done when the bill was crafted? Kasi di ba parang nababanggit kanina pa yung Sri Lankan model, Indian model. Meron bang naging bahagi ba yun ng discussion nyo?
Well, those are good models to take a look at, Mr. Chair. But yung naging, kumbaga, yung precursor talaga nito is really, yung pinaka-intent really is to get one department that would really focus on Filipinos overseas. So from being just an OFW department to expanding it some more to really concentrate on Filipinos overseas. Kasi alam natin na marami pang ibang mga concerns ang Filipinos overseas, not just in terms of labor. So I think ang naging basis nito is because number one, the Philippines remains to be one of the countries wherein marami sa ating mga nationals are overseas, are abroad. Marami tayong migration and marami rin po tayong nagtatrabaho abroad. So it, kumbaga, born out of the need to have a department that will really concentrate on the needs of all of Filipinos overseas. And although okay rin naman na tingnan yung ibang model sa ibang bansa, syempre may mga certain nuances din, di ba? Depende sa country. So this is, kumbaga, it's a Philippine model more than any other of the other models being done by other countries. So yun, born out of the need to concentrate help and the demand of help ng ating mga Filipinos overseas na sa pag-iikot naman din po natin, narinig din naman po natin na ang laging sinasabi ng mga Filipinos overseas, especially OFWs, is pwede bang isang department na nakakonsentrate naman sa amin at sa aming needs?
Thank you. Kabsek, siguro ang hihilingin na lang namin, if you can submit to us, to the committee, yung design noong, for example, yung tatlong offices, no, yung ATN, yung social welfare at saka polo. Siguro yung ano na lang, kahit for submission na lang, yung intended operation nitong tatlong offices na ito, how will it work, and ito rin yung babanggitin namin sa consultation natin with our OFWs in the coming days as we prepare for the committee report.
Yeah.
We request you na lang that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think what you're looking for is just like a structural pattern, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, and how it's going to operate
yeah. Although we do have a provision here for structural pattern, but syempre, it's a very general provision. No?
It is too general, Kabsek, para we can present it also as we go around and present this to our OFWs and overseas Filipinos. If there's anything so we can move forward, please. Wala pa ho kaming breakfast at lunch. Baka pwedeng we can go to the reintegration program. If we can give the floor to Admin Hans, ayun, thank you. Just in time. Admin Hans, ito lang tungkol sa reintegration. We want you to perhaps give a short presentation and then we can all butt in. Thank you, Admin Hans, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you po. Pasensya na po, meron lang pinirmahan. Yung pong presentation we gave to the Secretariat, actually, half of the presentation, Mr. Chair, involves repatriation. So I will skip through that part. So I will go to the
please
pertain to the repatriation and the funding or the budget, how we exhausted the budget and still are exhausting the budget. So this is the just to show some photos on the repatriation efforts. So we'll just breeze to that, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time. These are the things that we do nationwide. Sige po, advance lang po. Yung mga frontliners natin, we have non-medical frontliners as well as a small team of medical frontliners at the OWA, engaging around 10 to 15,000 returning OFWs every day, and Mr. Chair, those who just arrived, those who are in quarantine, and those who are transported to home regions, yun ho yung 10 to 15,000. Sige po, advance lang po yung slides. So ito na po yung report on the COVID pandemic programs and services. So 3.2 billion with respect to 324,000 beneficiaries. This is just the national or local count. If you add the count pertaining to the overseas distribution of the ACAP, which is $200, it can run up to nearly 500,000, around 430,000 by my recollection. Next slide po. Ito po yung ating Tabang OFW in partnership with Dodole and CHED. Yung scholarship that we provide. This is a GAA-funded program as we understand it. So it's 6,780 beneficiaries for college-level dependents of returning displaced OFWs. So 30,000 peso po yan, one-off cash benefit for college-level dependents of displaced OFW, returned displaced OFWs. Next po. Next is yung ating yung katambal. Merong OWA version po nitong tabang. So we add around 10,000 pesos if the college level dependent is an active OWA member, is the dependent of an active OFW member. So with 30,000 from the CHED and DOLE, we add from the OWA Trust Fund 10,000 pesos para naman ho may konting premium yung active OWA member. So we add 10,000 pesos. So far, yan po yung count natin na 4,348. But this is still an ongoing, this is a work in progress, Mr. Chair. As we speak, we continue to distribute this benefit. This was launched in the last week of 2020. Last week of 2020. That probably explains bakit hindi pa ganun kalaking figures natin kasi relatively, this would be one of our newer programs. Next, please. Next po. This is the livelihood program that we had last year. We gave 15,197 beneficiaries, maximum of 20,000 pesos. So nandyan ho yung schedule of payments. So as you can see from the schedule of payments, we give a premium to the active member OFWs. The Balik Pilipinas, Balik Hanap Buhay program is a fund for the returning distressed OFWs. So we gave 15,000 of them a new start. The basis here would be their livelihood project proposals. And then, of course, there is a site visit, which, of course, has been abbreviated due to the COVID crisis. We find ways to do the site visit, for instance, by video call or a Zoom or what have you. Next, please. So ito naman po yung isang pinakabago nating program, yung Group Livelihood Program. And it accounts for the increase of our livelihood budget. Our reintegration budget for 2021 is around 800 million. That's OWA plus NRCO budget. MOOE po ito. So we account for the increase in terms of the 500 million allocated through the Tulong Puso program, which is a group livelihood grant from 150,000 to 1 million pesos. A group livelihood grant. So ongoing po ito, applications are coming in. It's really just starting to pick up po kasi we had to wait for the OFWs to group themselves as a workers association through the DOLE, as a cooperative under the CDA, or as a corporation under the Securities and Exchange Commission. Next po. Next slide, please. So these are the partnerships we had forged through our current reintegration effort. As mentioned by one of the resource persons, reintegration is a whole of government approach, not just whole of government, a whole of stakeholders approach, which obviously includes the private sector. So our latest partnership is with the Secretary Dar, SecBelio and Secretary Dar entered into an agreement whereby the DA, Department of Agriculture, will extend its services to returning OFWs. The DOST also, Secretary De La Peña and Secretary Bello, in terms of providing IT-related businesses for OFWs, yung mga online design or online facilities afforded to the public that can be run by returning OFWs. Meron din tayong partnership with the Integrated Seafarers. There's a yearly business plan competition for seafarers. And then Swising and Coca-Cola Philippines at the bottom there are two private sector partners, Swising and Coca-Cola Philippines, to their own drives and to their own products and services that they provide. We have a tie-up with them in terms of providing financial literacy, first and foremost, and then yung mga availment of products and services that OFWs could tap in terms of setting up a business. And then meron pa ho tayong mga certain engagements, yung one-stop reintegration services portal with the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency, and then yung Employers Confederation of the Philippines for business mentorship, and then the IT Business Process Association of the Philippines. Next slide, please. So this is we've taken this up already, but this is the trust fund, 18.3 billion. If we can go through, skip right to the success stories. 23, slide 23. So these are the reintegration success stories. Meron ho naunang But anyway, sige, we can start with this OFW Gail Moreno in Butuan City, a pipe fitter who set up a baking pastry business in Butuan. Next, please. Next, please. We have Katrina Fuentes from Aklan, returning household service worker from Hong Kong, set up a buy and sell of herbs and ornamental plants in Aklan. Next slide, please. We have Joy Ann Lee, cruise ship worker. Ito, ano na po ito? Talagang sapul na ng COVID period. Cruise ship worker set up a food catering business in La Union. Next, please. Mylene Tobias from Cagayan, Sari-Sari Store, February 2020 returnee. She was a household service worker and set up a Sari-Sari Store. Even posted this on Facebook. Doon ho namin na-pick up yung mga pictures na ito. Next, please. And then OFW Palakala from Cotabato City, coffee maker, set up his own frappe market, coffee, shawarma, fried chicken fries, retail, food retail, food and beverage service down south in Cotabato at the Barm. Next, please. We have OFW Estaloga from Davao del Sur, pipe fitter, set up a fish cage business. Ito, one of our February 20 pandemic returnees. Next, please. OFW Rachel Gomez from Iloilo set up Balik Pilipinas, Balik Hanep Buhay Asian food business in our fair province of Iloilo. She is an OFW from Brunei. Next, please. We have OFW Hener Barsolis from Antique, set up a poultry business in Antique. Seafarer. OFW Maria Cecilia Lopez, cruise ship. Again, isa sa mga natamaan ng cruise ship returns. Balik Pilipinas, Balik Boyang Beach Shop in Misamis Oriental. Next, please. OFW Marites Bayena, Zamboanga del Sur, household service worker, Balik Pilipinas. General merchandise, medyo angat ng konti sa sari-sari store daw itong general merchandise kasi parang gitna na ito ng groceria at saka sari-sari store, no? Parang sa palengke itong dinadaos yung kanyang negosyo. Next, please. Cherry Mosquito from Surigao del Sur set up a piggery. Of course, we have to make the qualification in accordance with Department of Agriculture ASF rules. So set up a piggery down south in Surigao del Sur. Next, please. OFW Delma Losa Isanan from Batangas set up a transport service, tricycle. And nandiyan pa nga ho yung ating OWA monitor inspector looking at the tricycle that she had purchased out of the fund and is now currently operating. Next, please. OFW Jonalyn Alfajaro from Batangas set up a sari-sari store down in Batangas. Medyo brave po ito yung ating huling OFW kasi kung titignan nyo, she adventured into rice trading, rice selling na rin. Ano? Hindi lang yung mga ordinary wares in a sari-sari store. OFW Maria Melody Baldrias set up a piggery from Macau down in Batangas. Next, please. OFW Andrada Rosalie from Occidental Mindoro set up a sari-sari store, December 2019 returnee from Kuwait, sari-sari store in Occidental Mindoro. Next, please. OFW Rosemary Bangayan in Cagayan set up a kakanin selling and backyard duck raising, household service worker from Qatar. Next, please. OFW Rufina Mag-isa Calderon from Bulacan set up a food business, Yema Cheesecake. Ito medyo sikat po ito. May trademark siya dito sa Yema Cheesecake niya down in Bulacan. Next, please. Next, please. OFW Karen Sarmiento from Pampanga set up a food business. Ito meron pa siyang branding ng kanyang chocolate house. Next, please. OFW Flory Torres from Taguig set up a sari-sari store. Ito po yung isa sa partnership efforts natin with Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola trains them And then, of course, with OWA and the TESDA. And then once they are finished with the training, they are given their options. And if they are interested in setting up a sari-sari store, Coca-Cola comes in and says, "Okay, we can help you out. Help you out in terms of setting up by giving you some supplies." Okay, next please. OFW Salvante, financial consultant from Singapore, set up a food and beverage business down in Malabon. Next, please. OFW Nora Montevilla from South Cotabato, set up a transport service. Ito medyo matagal-tagal na po siya. April 2013 pa siya nakabalik. Incidentally po, pwede pong up to 3 years back. Returnees from 3 years back, ang pwede po natin tulungan. Next, please.
Okay. Admin Hans, matagal pa ba yan? Kasi we can ask that you just submit all of this, not just the figures but also these examples, no exhibits na.
Okay po. Sige po. Sige po, sir. We can do that.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
po, sir.
actually very much aware of that partnership with Coke because I was also the TESDA Director General when we started this particular program. But honestly, I have to be frank na wala akong nakita doon sa reintegration wherein sharing of knowledge o technical know-how yung nangyaring integration. Do we have that kind of reintegration program, sir?
Sir, we are in the thick of it right now. It's ongoing. I have to admit, it's still a work in progress. Yung nabanggit ko yung partnership with ECOP and DA and DOST and the IBPAP, yung Business Process Outsourcing Group. Yun po ang mission, Coca-Cola even and Swissing. Yun po ang mission naming lahat. Pati yung bayanihan effort is to provide guidance, monitoring, and mentorship along the way.
Kasi nakita natin, some other countries are doing it. For example, in China, yung knowledge sharing nila, yung mga nationals nila na nasa Oxford, nasa Harvard, bilang nagtuturo din sila doon sa ilang universities in China. And in other countries, no, for example, yung biochemical industry, partner po sila, binigyan sila ng pondo ng pamahalaan to start up and partner with a local partner in that particular country. So things like that, no. And I was looking at the list of partners that you mentioned. Nung una wala nga dun yung TESDA, but you made mention about TESDA. I think I didn't hear about DTI, DSWD, CFO, but I'm sure they're also implementing on their own, no? They're implementing on their own yung reintegration program.
Tama po kayo, magtatampo si Secmon Lopez. Forgive me, Secmon. Definitely strong partner po natin si Secmon. In fact, yung entrepreneurship seminars po, sir, bago tayo magbigay ng livelihood benefit, may entrepreneurship seminar. And Secmon's team is very integral to that. Yung regional offices ng DTI, kasali po doon.
Yeah, let me just put on record, no, kasi itong ILO made a statement when it comes to reintegration policies, it should cover all the stages of the migration cycle, specifically the migrant workers' willingness and readiness to return should be put into consideration. Now, according to ILO also, it is crucial that migrant workers have a plan to manage their money and savings to ensure that the fruits of their labor will not go to waste. So I'd like to ask our friends from NEDA. We have with us Chief Division Manlangit. Kasi there's a 2019 survey on overseas Filipinos conducted by the Philippine Statistics Authority. Nakasaad po dito, only 32.8% of OFWs had savings from the remittance they sent, no? So we'd like to ask our friends from NEDAC if they have plans or recommendations on how we'll be able to improve the financial and social security of the overseas Filipino workers and their families. Meron po ba tayong mga ganito na pag-aaral, evaluation, sir? Director Manlangit of NEDA. Buti pa siya na kumakain na. Wala na, iniwan na ho tayo. Anyway, Admin Hans, meron na tayong ganito, no? May mga evaluation tayo, and as you made mention kanina, work in progress. Yung things like that, no? Na yung transfer of knowledge, yung mismong ang gobyerno magpopondo or be part of a startup business. Ang TESDA, I know si DDG Rose would be able to give us a lot of stories about this, no? Papaanong matutulungan yung ating mga kababayan. Do you have this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned, this is the work in progress that we are currently developing with our partner agencies, including the DTI, of course, that I had mentioned, DA, DOST, etc. So, including the private sector, kasi hindi ho talaga pwedeng walang private sector, Chair, kasi sila talaga yung nakababad sa merkado, sa negosyo, at sila rin yung parang sila rin yung meron pong kumbaga may mas malakas na standing sa mga OFWs. They can talk the talk and walk the walk in terms of being negosyante themselves. So, yun po, that's ongoing. Yes, the short answer is yes, Mr. Chair. Meron po tayong efforts na.
Thank you. I think our friends from NEDA are, I think nandito na po si Chief Manlangit.
Yes,
Chief Manlangit.
po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Please, ma'am.
Sorry, I got disconnected a while ago. I'm...
No, the question is,
okay
we'll repeat the question. Meron kasi pong 2019 survey ng overseas Filipinos conducted by Philippine Statistics Authority. 32.8% lang daw po yung mga OFWs na may savings from the remittances they sent. At doon naman sa 1996 study, it takes 3 to 6 years for an OFWs to return after migrating. We also mentioned the statements made by ILO, yung pong crucial yung migrant workers natin to have a plan to manage their money and savings to ensure of their labor will not go to waste. With all these statistics, meron po ba tayong recommendation sa ating mga kasamahan to improve the financial and social security ng ating mga kababayan and their families?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So during our last public hearing, Yusek Edelion mentioned that she's proposing that we require a financial plan for those who are leaving to work abroad. Specifically, the financial plan would contain information such as how long are they planning abroad and how much are they planning to save with employment. Aside from that, our BSP has a lot of efforts regarding financial inclusion.
Sige, thank you po, no. Sa DOLE na lang, yung employment facilitation of the roughly 500,000 OFWs repatriated, no, due to the pandemic. How many have been referred to local employment opportunities? Ilan din yung nag-avail ng trainings? If we have that data. Who is in charge of this sa DOLE? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you're recognized, ma'am.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. With the permission
Yes,
of
Ma'am Alice.
Secretary Claro Arellano po, may I respond to your question po? Actually,
Yes, please.
yun po, karugtong po nung database po na ginawa po ng OWA for returning OFWs through the NRCO, we were able to get the names of those that have returned and were displaced due to the pandemic and have partnered with agencies regarding po sa possible employment opportunities tulad po ng Philippine Contractors Association at iba pa po na naghahanap ng mga empleyado para po sila ay ma-employ. Mr. Chair, could you please allow us po to submit later the data regarding sa number po ng actually na-place na, as we have to coordinate po with our Bureau of Local Employment on this. Kung okay lang po, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Opo.
Yes, please, yung numbers and figures we are interested kasi dun sa mga na-repatriate, ilan yung na-refer natin for local employment, ilan din yung nag-avail. Siguro i-breakdown po natin. No? At the same time, I think si Admin Hans made a very good statement kanina, yung importance of coordinating with the local business and employee groups in
Tama.
order to help these returning OFWs find jobs here in the country, because if they don't want to go back anymore, mas gusto nila, I'm sure they still wanted to stay here muna at
Opo.
dito kasama yung ano nila, no, mahal sa buhay, magagawa po nila.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We will submit po agad-agad po sa committee, sir, yung figures po, sir.
Yes, thank you. Kay Kabsek, siguro yung question on the strategy of our government, kung ano yung plano natin to minimize, I'm sure during the meetings that you conducted before we came up with this proposal to create a new department that will solely focus, laser focused with the needs of our overseas Filipinos. I'm sure napag-usapan yung strategy to minimize yung brain drain in our country and attract our highly skilled migrant workers to come back and work in the Philippines. Baka may gusto po kayong i-share, no, when it comes to reintegration. Right now, do we have a mechanism for coordination with DOST, CHED, and TESDA in order to ma-refer yung highly skilled and professional OFWs returning to the Philippines so that they can share their knowledge with our citizens? I came from TESDA. I remember talagang pakaunti ng pakaunti yung aming mga technical staff and directors and yung mga magagaling na mga guro natin, lalo na sa welding noon, lahat talagang pinapirate sila at ang laki ng mga ino-offer, kaya nawawala din po yung ating mga magagaling na empleyado sa TESDA, no? So I just wanted to find out if we have this kind of a mechanism which is in place. Kung wala naman, ano yung ini-envision natin sa pagbuo nitong bagong departamento that would focus on our overseas Filipinos. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, sa DOST, alam niyo naman po, Congress passed yung balik scientist, no? And we have scientists naman who have availed of the program. So, but that's very tailored fit para sa mga scientists abroad that we hope to attract back to the Philippines, no? And it's a working mechanism right now being monitored by DOST. Doon naman po sa actually before deployment, kasama rin naman sa, kumbaga, sa deployment procedure natin, yung ating binibigay sa kanila na orientation program is that they have the option to come back. So we give them options na syempre ang alam natin, you are only going to a foreign country kasi may opportunity doon. But kasama sa orientation po natin, Mr. Chair, yung pagbibigay rin natin ng knowledge and information sa kanila na anytime you want to come back to the Philippines, ito yung reintegration programs natin dito sa ating bansa. And then true enough, if there are OFWs abroad who want to come home and be part and maka-avail ng reintegration program, yun din naman ang binibigay ng ating government as presented by Admin Kakdak a while ago. So we have success stories naman to show na yung mga reintegration program naman natin is working. So it's before deployment, we already introduced them to the reintegration program, and then anytime that they want to come, we have that reintegration program, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's just that I'd like to also point out, no, according to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, the Philippines ranked third largest group of highly educated migrant workers amongst other OECD countries. The number of highly educated migrant workers grew by 83.1%. from the year 2000 to 2016. The Philippines' highly educated migrant population has exceeded top talent exporters like the United Kingdom, Germany, Poland, and Russia. And that is exactly my point. And dun sa mga nakita nating models, yes, okay yun, maganda na nagtayo sila ng sari-sari store, nagkaroon sila ng negosyo, livelihood, they don't need to go abroad. But we also wanted to hear success stories na yung, for example, establishment of transnational networks between local professionals in the country to collaborate with overseas professionals natin. No? So, yun yung mga gusto natin sana na marinig at kung wala pa man din nun, at least maipasok natin dito sa gusto nating gawing programa in creating a Department of Filipino Overseas. Senator Binay, yes, you wanted to say something?
Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lang matanong kasi parang napag-usapan yung reintegration for OWA members. Paano naman din sa mga kababayan natin na hindi alam naman natin, di ba, na may mga kababayan tayo na nakapag-abroad pero hindi dumaan sa OWA. Ano naman yung reintegration na ginagawa natin for them?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, yun pong for the non-OWA member, or as we say, the undocumented OFWs, meron po tayong National Reintegration Center for OFWs. And meron tayong programs din. Meron silang tinatawag na Balik Pinay, Balik Hanap Buhay, Livelihood Development Assistance Programs for OFWs na hindi po OWA member. So meron po tayong program in place for them.
OWA for them. Is that under OWA or another or under DOLE or another agency?
It is under the National Reintegration Center for OFWs, which is an attached office, as the OWA Charter says, to the OWA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And siguro, I guess, pag nagkaroon nga ng isang departamento, magiging bahagi na rin yun sa trabaho ng DOFIL.
Yes, we look forward to the new department in terms of reviving or strengthening the reintegration program. I think ang pinakamahalaga ho talaga dito sa reintegration is it's not just one agency's job alone. So kailangan integrated effort. So as we say, government integration, OFW reintegration, so that we can enhance and strengthen our services to our OFWs.
And siguro, Mr. Chairman, baka maigi din nabanggitin natin na pati yung mga LGU, meron din silang participation dun sa reintegration ng ating mga OFWs. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. We cannot agree more. Definitely, no. Not just LGUs and not just one agency ang involved dito. We have with us TESDA Director General Rose Urdaneta. If you can give us updates dun sa mga OFWs that availed the TESDA programs, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yung TESDA online program, which is basically your brainchild when you were here, a lot of OFWs during the pandemic had really on this one they hooked up on this. So ang total number po ng OFWs na nag-hook up dito nung March hanggang 2020 up to February 2021 is 112,202. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for coming up with this idea of the TESDA online program because it had really bridged TESDA to the OFWs na talagang yung mantra namin of TESDA abot lahat nagawa talaga. Maraming salamat po ulit. We were able also to provide yung registration sa app namin. We have a TESDA app which basically will tell kung ano po yung mga services ng TESDA to which they would go in all the regions of the country. So 23,000 po of the OFWs have registered on this app. We came up also with at least 2 major forums with the OFW because we wanted to encourage yung the technical transfer, technology transfer of former OFWs to TESDA and tapping them as trainers, as well as those that we can tap as experts on content development for curriculum development and learning materials development. So this is ongoing po, Mr. Senator. So thank you po, Sec, for the opportunity.
Thank you, DDG Rose. No, perhaps we can also ask yung Dole to give us an update. I recall we talked about the Dole's skills inventory or talent accounting, if I'm not mistaken, of returning OFWs. I think we have been requesting for an update. If there's anyone from Dole who could give us an update with regard to this skills inventory and the talent accounting. Meron po ba? Ano na yung update natin? Yes, Ma'am Alice.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Sir, yun pong inventory natin ng talent. Kasama pa din po dito sa data, na nabanggit ko pong data na kinolect natin kung ilan po yung ating mga returning OFWs, including their skills. So please expect the submission of our complete data on this po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Sige po, we'll do that. Kanina parang may friends daw tayo from Centro who wanted to who is seeking recognition. Do we still have him here? Yes, Benjamin Alvero. Sir, you're recognized, please.
Good afternoon po, Senator Joel. Thank you for the opportunity. To the other honorable senators present and other government officials and distinguished resource speakers. No, I would just like to use the time allotted to me to really echo the point raised by our colleague from the CMA, Director Ellen, regarding the being careful, no, with this ambitious, with this comprehensive. Don't just organize, or we don't just have as members formal and informal workers in the country. We're also organizing migrant domestic workers, no. And in our opinion, I think we should also in our discussion we should also discuss the elephant in the room, no. I'm not familiar if in other discussions this has already been raised, but we think from organized labor, at least, we think that any discussion of migrant work and of labor export, of our labor export policy, must also deal with the reality that must always remember that this policy, no, of exporting our workers is really was originally intended as simply a stopgap measure. Now, and I think we should emphasize that nature, no. Na originally, as we all know, OFWs or the phenomenon of thousands and millions of our fellow countrymen going abroad is supposed to be a temporary measure. Now, and we say that because we believe that our country and the majority of our people continue to live precarious lives because of the lack of systemic support and opportunities available at home. So, and at the end of the day, there is no substitution to the development of our national economy and ensuring job security, no, by tackling precarious employment in this country, if we want to really resolve the root causes of forced labor migration in this country. Because our position is that migration, specifically for work, should only be an option, not be almost mandatory given the situation of work in our country. Now, because the reality is, many or most of our countrymen are forced to go abroad, no? Kaya nga, diba, kaya tinatawag natin na bagong bayani ating mga manggagawa dahil nga maraming immense na sacrifices na kailangan nilang gawin para in the pursuit of dignified and secure lives, no? So our position is that, again, to reiterate what has already been said, no, in decades, no, through the decades, is that exporting our own labor force is not only an unsound long-term policy option, but we would also like to add that it is also still a fundamentally immoral one. No, so we believe that no government, no country should rely on families being separated for decades in the name of national development. No, in that light, we are concerned that the steps to form a department, no, specifically catering primarily to overseas Filipino workers might be a step towards institutionalizing something that we recognize should be a temporary option. No? So to end po, napatapos na po, nakita po yung chat. Our demands, our intervention, our proposal is that instead of pushing for a department, is to why not in line with the CMA, why not perform in performance evaluations of existing institutions and efforts, and please ensure that our migrant workers are genuinely engaged in stakeholders discussion. Siguraduhin po natin na lahat ng ating mga stakeholders across the spectrum, across the organizations are represented in our consultation kasi sila naman natataman at maapektuhan nito. Ayun. So ultimately, the best employment policy for us is the one that causes the least amount of anxiety, fear, and sacrifice on the part of our working families. So yun lang po yung aming position. No? Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Sir Alvero. Maraming pong salamat. And we remain with our stand and position that the ultimate goal still is to create jobs here in the country and not push our kababayans, our talents and skills to work abroad. Thank you for that. Just one question that I'd like to raise to Secretary Acosta, who's been with us for quite a long time. No, Sir, one of the 10 goals of the Commission of Filipino Overseas is to assist in the productive and seamless reintegration of overseas Filipinos. May we know what is CFO is doing with regard to this particular objective, sir? Sir, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute your computer? Thank you, sir. Okay na po. Sige po, please proceed.
You can hear me now, sir. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much,
Yes.
Senator Joel, and Senators Binay, Senator Franklin Drilon, and the other members now present, and my fellow employees in the executive department. Thank you very much, Senator, for the opportunity. The reason why CFO is very interested to join this department is so that it will make available at its reach the resources which this opportunity, this department will offer. Because right now, CFO has a lot of programs in order to engage its main clientele, which are the Filipino migrants who are not OFWs. No? We have more than 10 million Filipinos all over 200 countries in the world. Of the more than 10 million Filipinos, about 48% of them are non-OFWs. And the OFWs are about 41 or so percent. So, mas marami pa rin hong hindi po OFWs. Although, karamihan ho ng Pilipino na nasa abroad ngayon ay nag-umpisang OFW. So, from being OFW, they graduate and ultimately become permanent residents. So they stay now in the country where they are. Does not depend on their employment, but they have managed to acquire permanent residence either through naturalization, through other means.
Yes.
Like there are those second generation na pinanganak na doon, no? They're now staying there, but nevertheless, they are still Filipinos, at meron din tayong mga Pilipino na dual citizens. These are non-OFWs, no? We are all for the benefits that are being given to the OFWs. They deserve everything that we can do for them. But at the same time, we should not forget or neglect that other sector of Filipinos who are there just waiting to be a part of our system, an institutional system. Itong CFO po, it was created dahil noong 1979, ang ating Pangulong Marcos bumisita sa Hawaii, at ang mga kababayan naming Ilocano sa Hawaii ay pinakiusapan siya na magtayo ng isang ahensya na
sir,
silip-silip din.
Sir,
sa
sorry.
kanila.
Sir, sorry, just to make it right away itong hearing natin, sir. Perhaps if we could just give us yung answer to the question, because the question is, how is CFO doing its job with regard to integration? Because part of your mandate, 10 goals ng Commission of Filipino Overseas is to assist in the productive and seamless reintegration of overseas Filipinos. So sana kung maano lang ho natin para mapagsama-sama natin yung iba't ibang programa ng ahensya ng mga pamahalaan para dun sa bubuing departamento, synchronize po yung efforts natin, sir. Baka kahit submit na lang po, sir, baka pwedeng mapasubmit from CFO's office. I'm sure a lot of us have not taken anything since 11 in the morning. I can see all of you from the start. We still have OFWs from New York still with us. Si Attorney Luis Coral hindi pa rin nakakapagsalita. Maybe we can give the floor to Attorney Coral. Sir, if you don't mind, if we can just ask for the submission of this document, sir, please.
We'll do, sir. We'll do, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, sir. Yes, Attorney Coral, you're recognized from TUCP, sir. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Villanueva, for the reiteration of the preference of policymakers to respect that jobs should be created at home, and that the matter of working abroad should be an option and a choice. This is critical in crafting any measure that addresses the concerns and issues of overseas Filipino workers. First, on the matter of the previous hearings presentations, we note that there are real problems in the coordination of the various agencies that are targeted to be attached or absorbed by the proposed bill. There is need for anticipatory coordination now. This is not guesswork. They know precisely what the future hopefully will look like in a bill that should hit the ground running. There are data gaps and policy gaps that should be identified. How many workers, for example, abroad permanently want to return home? We do not have that data. If we're planning for the integration, that data should be present, Your Honors. The second real problem is the reintegration plans seem to be ad hoc at the most. And while we congratulate the heroic efforts of OWA and Administrator Kakdak, the reintegration program should be present at every stage of the migration cycle. From
Excuse me, I can hardly hear, sir. We find difficulty hearing what our good lawyer is saying. Can we request that there's some adjustments be made? Hindi ko po marinig.
Yes, we agree with Senator Drilon. Attorney Coral, we could hardly hear you. Can you?
Can you be heard? Can I be heard now?
Yes,
Now,
okay, that's a lot better. Please, please.
Chair. Apologies for the technical difficulties also with the device. The TUCP fully supports the position manifested by Chairman Villanueva that policy should prefer the creation of jobs at home. The matter of labor export should purely be an option and a choice. The second major concern we have is that the reintegration program apparently does not dovetail with the National Employment Recovery Strategy efforts that are being undertaken co-chaired by the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Labor. There's a need to fit in reintegration of workers in the OFW sector in the nurse program. That intervention should take the form of active labor market programs to ensure that there is a job matching, a job facilitation, reskilling program, and that an inventory be taken. We note that there is no pre-exit or exit surveys taken of OFWs when they return home. There is no survey taken of their skills. So there are policy gaps that really have to be addressed even as we are still considering the matter of a DOFIT. The problem of a reintegration plan that is purely ad hoc and is purely focused on livelihood or what the market bears, such as construction or agriculture or sari-sari stores, is a real problem. The reintegration plan should dovetail as well with an industrialization program so that the nurse program of government should identify what industries or what sectors to develop per region and match this to the skills of the OFWs, as well as our currently unemployed millions in the country. The third major concern we have is that there is a need now for a major job creation program to be initiated by government. The TUCP has proposed the construction of a national railway system with regional hubs and with feeder secondary roads. Once constructed, this will create a more favorable climate for investors to come into the regions to create decent jobs. The fourth major concern we have is with respect to the matter of the seafarers, Your Honors. The TUCP has a major federation in the seafaring industry, the Philippine Seafarers Union, and we are concerned now that the green lane policy and the matter of vaccination and now the cap on arrivals at NAIA may really affect our deployment of OFWs, of seafarers. We remind good senators that Philippine seafarers are the preferred source in the international cargo lines industry, and we have to defend that position. That position has been eroded with the extended lockdowns and the problems of stranded seafarers in the Philippines, and this matter really should be addressed. Even as we speak, seafarers and OFWs are still ranked 9th in the IATF list of priority vaccinations. So this matter really should be reviewed by the IATF and by the Philippine Senate. Your Honors, that is our submission for this afternoon's hearing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Luis Corral of TUCP. Last but not the least, hindi pa ho natin napagsasalita is Mr. June Aguilar. He's joining us now, the chairperson of Filipino Migrant Workers Group, President OFW Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. June Aguilar, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman Villanueva. Doon po sa huling nagsalita kay Kaluwi Coral, maraming salamat po. You really hit the nails ahead. At sa iba pong mga senadores na nandiyan at sa ibang opisyalis ng gobyerno. Sa mga kapwa ko OFW na nasa ibang panig ng mundo, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Mr. Chairman, ang akin po kasi matiim akong nakikinig doon sa mga nagsasalita about reintegration program. At ang napupuna ko lamang po kasi, mula pa nung umpisa, sinasabi ko na ang National Reintegration Center for OFWs ay napakalaki sana ang naging papel kung ito ay ginawa ng tama, sinuportahan ng tama, binadgetan ng tama. Subalit, hindi po talaga makapagpa-function yan kung ganyan ang klase ng pamamahala, ganyan ang klase ng budget. There was a time that I was asking the executive director kung magkano ang budget, and she told me that it was about in the range of 65 million per annum, including PS. So sabi ko nga, kahit si Superman ang ilagay mo dyan, hindi uubra yan, walang magagawa yan to cover 10 million overseas Filipinos. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin is, why can't we put the money where our mouth is? Siguro po, hindi naman kailangan ipaliwanag kung bakit nagkakaroon ng failure. Hindi po dahil sa siguro ay ayaw magtrabaho ng taong inilagay dyan, kung hindi, sa kakulangan po ng programa, sa kakulangan ng vision on how a national center can address a multitude of problems of those returning overseas Filipinos. So isa pong problema yan. Ang isa pa pong naging problema dyan sa NRCO na yan, kaya over more than a decade of operation, ay talaga pong mahihirapang magpakita ng tangible results. Ang problema po dyan, ginagawang standing, kumbaga parang staging area ng mga labat na habang naghihintay ng posisyon sa labas, dyan muna ilalagay. Kaya kung minsan, ang kausap naming labat dyan, yung executive director, sa susunod na mga ilang buwan, iba na kausap mo kasi ipinost na po sa labas. Hindi alam nung pinapalitan na siya napalitan na. Yun yung executive director, hindi alam na napalitan na. Ay, saan kayo nakakita ng ganyan? So, kami po, ako bilang isang reintegree, I returned to the country in 1998. Tama po si Kaluwi, wala po talagang exit profiling. Hindi po nila alam ano yung alam namin, ano yung dala-dala namin, ano yung expertise na nakuha namin sa labas na pwede namin gamitin. Mr. Chairman, sa ngayon po ay kami po ay may isang construction company. It's a AAA rated company. At kami pong lahat dito, magsimula sa akin as the chairman, hanggang pababa, lahat po kami OFWs. We design and build. At kung maaari po, yung bagong departamento, kapag ka po yan ay naging ganap na batas, at kailangang buuin namin, kami po ang magdi-design, kami po ang magbi-build niyan. Hamunin niyo po kami. We are willing to take the challenge. Ang sa akin lang po ganito, kami po yung nakakaintindi kung paano mag-reintegrate dito. Hindi po kami hinahanap dyan, hindi rin po kami tinatanong. Kilala naman po nila kami. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, tama po yung mga naunang nagsalita. Hindi namin minamaliit yung magtayo ng tindahan, yung magtayo ng maliliit na negosyo. Tama po yan. Pero tandaan po natin, ang totoong reintegration ay pag kumikita ka ng sapat para kitain ang mga halaga na makakasapat sa iyong pamilya at sa iyong pamamahay. Para po hindi na tayo magtangka pa uling mangibang bayan. Yan po yung reintegration. Kasi po kahit po may maliit na negosyo na naitayo, kung hindi sapat para ipakain sa anak mo, ipagpaaral sa anak mo, wala po tayong magagawang OFW kung hindi we will queue again para hanapin ang panibagong pag-asa sa ibayong dagat. Okay po. Malinaw po sana sa atin yon na yan ang reintegrasyon. Dapat po makabubuhay sa'yo. You can coexist here along with fellow Filipinos. And then, you can also able na mabuhay mo ang pamilya mo, mapag-aral mo, yung basic necessities. If you cannot have that with what you are doing right here in your chosen reintegration business, hindi po talaga. Kaya makikita ninyo, almost all initiated reintegration program ng mga OFWs ended a flop. Siguro po, ang mortality rate niya napakataas eh. Baka nasa 20% lang po yung nagpo-prosper. Kalaunan, makikita mo nag-a-apply uli, nangungutang uli, humihingi ng tulong sa OWA, humihingi ng tulong kung kanino. Yan po ang totoo. Okay, now, yung pong sinasabi ko na exit profiling, kasi po, kumpleto po tayo doon sa outbound. May mga profiles po, ang DOLE, ang OWA, ang POA, lahat po yan meron. Pero tanungin po natin, sino sa kanila ang may profiling ng lahat ng umuwi katulad namin? Meron po ba? Siguro kung meron man, ay kakaunti lang. And at the same time, ito po sana yung po pwede nating magamit. Kung meron tayong National Skills Registry, we have a National Expertise Registry. Ito po ay napakabuting paraan para sana makatugon doon sa Build program, doon sa DOH program, doon sa ating mga espesyalistang doktor, nurses, therapist, and all, so on and so forth. Ang nangyari po, kabaliktaran pa, Chairman Villanueva, na nung nakakaraang araw, nag-iiyakan ng mga nurses, kasama ako sa Zoom meeting, sapagkat ibinan sila na makaalis. 8 buwan, tapos 10 buwan na nagtitraining ng language sa Germany. Hindi po makaalis, nagbubuhol-buhol ang hininga, nakikiusap, nagmamakaawa sa ating gobyerno na payagang mabuhay ng maayos. Ano po ang dahilan? Wala pong datos. Wala pong malinaw na datos. Tampak po ang nurses dito. Hindi naman po tayo magkukulang ng nurses. Sa totoo lang. At dapat ang nangungunang magbigay niyan, yung Department of Health. Dahil sila dapat ang nakakaalam niyan. Now,
Yes.
Chairman,
Okay,
sasamantalahin ko na po ito. Kasi kami po naman ay ayaw namin sana na kami ay magpahirap sa gobyerno, magpahirap sa ating mga opisyales. Willing naman po kami makipagtulungan. Ang sa amin lang, yung bang may masabi lang na tulong. Hindi po ganoon. Sana naman magkaroon ng mas malawak at mas progresibong approach para po sa totoong reintegrasyon ng bawat migranteng Pilipino. Yun po ang kahilingan namin. Willing po kaming makipagtulungan. Andyan po si Admin Kakdak, nandiyan po si Secretary Bello at iba-iba po nating opisyales na alam kong ginagawa ang makakaya nila. But then again, tama po yung sinabi mo, Mr. Chairman, kailangan din po ang private participation. And this is where we can come in. If only they will welcome us at hindi kami tratuhin na second-class citizen dito sa bansa. Kunyari, bagong bayani. Sa amin po, hindi na kami naniniwala dyan, sa totoo lang. It's a misnomer. So, again, napag-uusapan po ang pagtatayo ng bagong departamento, Mr. Chairman. Sana po, sa huling pagkakataon, ipakita nyo sa amin na kayo ay talagang magmamalasakit at talagang tutugunin ninyo ang pagkakaroon ng isang bahay para sa aming lahat. At umasa kayo na kami ay hindi lamang nanghihingi. Kami ay tutulong para sa pagtatayo ng bahay na yan kung kinakailangan. Sa po ng mga senador na nandito at nakikinig, sana po, for the last time, kami po ay nakikiusap sa inyo na mag-focus po tayo doon sa consolidation ng bill at paggawa ng committee report para nang sa ganun po, umabot sa tamang panahon ang pagpapasa nito sa plenaryo at umabot sa tanggapan ng Pangulo. Yun lamang po, sana marinig namin sa inyo bago matapos ang meeting na ito, yung commitment ninyo, hindi lamang sa Pangulo, kung hindi sa amin na milyon-milyong nakatuon ngayon sa meeting na ito, ang inyong commitment sa amin, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Jun Aguilar. Before we adjourn, let me find out if our dear colleagues would like to give her closing statements. We still have our minority floor leaders been with us since 11 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much. Sa ating Vice Chair, Senator Nancy Binay is still with us. Thank you so much. I know a lot of us have not taken anything yet. No breakfast, no lunch, and it's 3:15 in the afternoon. Kung wala po, can I just wrap up? No, ever since we started our hearing on the DOFIL measure last September 2018, followed by another hearing in December 2020, and then again in February this year and up to date, our goal remains the same, to establish a house, a DOFIL, not to encourage migration for work, but to address the plight of overseas Filipinos, especially our OFWs. In 2020, amid the pandemic, as mentioned kanina ng ating kababayan sa New York, yung personal remittances from Pinoys abroad reached $33.2 billion. That's 1.6 trillion pesos, which represents 9.2% of our GDP. Sa dami po ng mga kababayan natin abroad at sa laki ng ambag nila sa ekonomiya, panahon na po para tayo naman ang mag-alaga sa kanila ng 24/7. Case in point, ito pong 1,500 limit on international arrivals is clearly an OFW concern. This policy is not only confusing but also grossly insensitive to our overseas Filipinos who are waiting to go home for months. But you see, wala pong ahensya talagang tumatayo at matapang na naninindigan para sa kanila, as made mentioned and emphasized by our minority floor leader. Hindi po pwedeng oo na lang ho tayo, alam nating mali ito at hindi rin mapapatupad ng maayos. On repatriation, magkakaiba rin po ang bilang na repatriate ng mga OFWs dahil magkahiwalay po ang data management ng DFA at POEA. Sa DFA, it's 390,917. Sa OWA po is 481,000 plus, no? However, we see a lot of opportunities for improvement when there's a system of data and information sharing like the OASIS o yung OFW Assistance Information System, which we believe will be easier if coordination is done under one roof. And at this point, there is no doubt that we need the creation of an agency, a department that would solely focus on the needs of our kababayans. 1 in 10 Filipinos live overseas. 5% of all labor migrants globally are Filipinos. The integration seems to be more challenging under the present setup. Masarap pong pakinggan the whole of government approach. Pero alam po natin na mentras mas maraming ahensya ang involved, palaging may issue sa coordination. Kaya kailangan po talaga ng maestro itong DOFIL para may isang hakbang lang po tayo para sa skills training, livelihood assistance, and more importantly, transfer of knowledge and technology. Kailangan po ang isang bahay, one-stop shop, abroad, bayan. Pero uulitin ko po, ayaw natin na lipat bahay lang ito o pagpapalit lamang ng pangalan ng karatula. Panahon na po para tayo for us to orchestrate, synchronize, and harmonize our policies, which we can achieve through the creation of a DOFIL. But we agree with Senator Binay and DFA that even with the creation of DOFIL, we need to follow closely the one country team approach. The intention is clear for our purpose, and our purpose is both distinct and noble. It is not our intention to push our Filipinos leaving the country, home and the family just to work abroad. No, that is not our intention. Our only intention is to provide our fellow Filipinos with the necessary and adequate support they desperately need in overcoming the various and difficult predicaments they encounter overseas. Makalyo na po yung kamay o palad ng ating mga OFWs dahil sub sila sa trabaho. Ngayon, nasa ating pong palad ang pagkakataon para trabahuhin naman ang pagtatayo ng isang bahay na matatakbuhan nila, masisilungan at matutuluyan ng Pilipinong manggagawa sa ibayong dagat. Isa pong ahensya para lamang po sa ating mga bagong bayani nagsasakripisyo para sa kapakanan ng kanilang pamilya at ng ating inang bayan. Muli po, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. This committee hearing is hereby adjourned. And we thank again our distinguished colleagues. Yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, is your intention that this is the last hearing? Is it your intention no longer?
We can consult other members because other members are are still not around, we will consult with them also, Senator Drilon and the rest of our colleagues, to find out if we will call for another hearing or we can proceed with the technical working group.
Mr. Chairman, there is one aspect that came out today that I think needs expert resource persons, and this is the matter of how we can strengthen the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration Fund, which today stands at 21 billion in total assets, 18 billion of which is would be in cash. You have agreed with this representation, Mr. Chairman, in the course of the hearing, that there is indeed a need to strengthen the nature of OWA as a trust fund, look into the possibility of having a social security set up similar to the social security system, which, by the way, Mr. President, under the law that we recently passed, OFWs are members of the SSS. So it is in that regard that may I suggest to the good chairman the possibility of calling for resource persons who can help us in coming up with a system which can really make OWA a trust fund that the overseas workers, our Filipino overseas workers, can look to in terms of retirement, in terms of sick leave, in terms of the other programs that are essential for the reintegration of our OFWs. But principally, how to achieve this is a matter I have no expertise on. I do not know if the good chairman would have that knowledge, but certainly I think it is it would be useful for the committee to invite competent resource persons to advise us as to how to do this properly. I don't think that, at least I confess that I do not know how to do it. But if the concept is agreeable to the chairman, as he has expressed in the course of the hearing, that indeed we have to strengthen OWA, may I suggest a request that resource persons be invited for this purpose and whatever other purposes our colleagues may have in mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We submit that for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Senator Drilon. I completely agree with the intention of the Minority Floor Leader, and we will take that in consideration, and we will also inform other members about it, and we will make sure, Senator Drilon, that we will invite an expert on this particular issue, and we will not go or move forward unless we get the chance to hear an expert regarding this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you,
Other,
Mr.
Dr. Nancy? Therefore, we would adjourn the hearing of this committee, and again, we thank all the participants, the resource persons. Thank you. God bless us all.